Stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically, and Councilmember Cunningham is absent excused. Items 1 through 4.
Your Honor, Items 1 and 3 are executive sessions. The first is executive session noticed as Goodman versus City of Tucson, notice of claim numbers 26860 and 26861, Pima County Superior Court, case number 20194826, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as Item 3, Pima County versus City of Tucson, Maricopa County Superior Court, case number CV 2022-001141, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We will be out in an hour, Mr. Rankin? At the most an hour, okay. We'll see you back here in an hour. Turn to study session, please.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion with respect to this matter, which is Goodman versus the City of Tucson, that authorizes and directs the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session with specific direction to put the materials together to carry forward the settlement proposal as discussed in executive session and schedule that for February Mayor and Council meeting.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
And Honorable Mayor, with respect to this ongoing litigation, I would just ask for a motion authorizing, directing the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. All righty, we move on to the rest of study session. Item 5, this item has been reserved for a quarterly update on the Tucson Resilient Together implementation progress. Mr. Manager. As we see Fatima coming up, I just want to take a moment to thank all the residents and organizations, City of Tucson staff, especially those 16, including from my office, and those of my council colleagues who have worked diligently since we declared a climate emergency in September of 2020 to creating our world-class climate action plan, Tucson Resilient Together, and allocating $80 million to implement and to make sure that we're making leaps and bounds on our goals. And so I'm looking forward to the report today, the first from our climate resiliency officer, Fatima Luna. We are going to hear about our accomplishments, including the federal grants that the City of Tucson has already successfully secured, and our community partners and organizations, and how we're going to lay out the following steps to continue this important work. So, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Thanks for your patience. I was just trying to find the exact, I wanted to make sure there was some language I wanted to use on this. I think I won't reiterate what you just outlined, Mayor. I think the biggest issue we're looking for is some direction on allocating some ARPA money that is available that we had designated, but want to make sure we start using that. So that's the ultimate goal here for me anyway, is to make sure I get direction there. Fatima, as you mentioned, Mayor, will give an update on what we've done to date, and I'll turn it over to Fatima. Fatima.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the City of Tucson's Climate Action Plan, Tucson Resilient Together. And before I begin, I would like to briefly reflect on the policy decisions that you, Mayor and Council, have taken over the years and that have led us to where we are today. So back in 2020, you declare a climate emergency that set in motion a series of actions and commitments, including developing a community-driven climate action plan that, one, will help us reach our carbon neutrality goals, and also help the Tucson community achieve or be more prepared for the effects of climate change. And in line with your guidance, Tucson Resilient Together was developed through an extensive and inclusive community engagement process. We partner with 7 community-based organizations that are deeply represent frontline communities or provide services to frontline communities. And through this process, we reach out to close to 5,000 people, community members, with representing over 150 groups. And so through this process, the wealth of community input really serve as the foundation of Tucson Resilient Together. And last year, you officially approved this plan and its implementation strategy. You have received 2 updates from staff, and today represents the 3rd one. The 18-page report in the supporting materials outlines the progress made by city staff, departments, and also the climate action team. It is really a testament of the commitment of city staff and the climate action team, the manager, to advance the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together, as well as like the policies and goals that you, Mayor and Council, set forward, including zero waste, electrification, complete streets, and the active pursuit of funding, both state and federal. So I will not go over the entire report, but I do want to highlight some key developments. So for these, either this reporting cycle or things that were either reported during this quarterly report, the city has been awarded $6.3 million in federal and state funding, including an $800 million FEMA grant for Resilience Hub planning that was led by Savannah Martinez from the manager's office. And through this grant, we will collaborate with several community partners, including 2 of our TRT partners, and that would allow us to continue to leverage or not leverage, to foster those relationships that we develop during the planning process, which is one of the actions that you really ask us to do. This funding also will generally support our upcoming heat resilient efforts, and it is also a good complement to a $1 million EPA grant that was awarded to Amistades, a local nonprofit. And so the mayor's office and the mayor supported the Amistades grant, and it's really going to help us advance the Resilient Hubs efforts, as well as the Tucson Million Trees Initiative. Tucson Water continues to excel in pursuing and also receiving WIFA funding for water conservation. $4.5 million were awarded for turf removal in city parks, and also to upgrade city fixtures and appliances in city-owned public housing. So additionally, $11.4 million in grant funding for climate-related projects are under review. And again, this just speaks to the commitment of city staff across departments to advance your vision for climate work and sustainability. The Climate Action Team has been working with Pima County and community partners in 2 large grants. These are EPA grants, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant and the Community Change Grant. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Solar for All funding that we are expecting to apply as well when that is available. And so moving to other highlights, I would also like to recognize the Food Cycle at Home pilot project by the Department of Environmental and General Service. This is a well-received pilot project that not only enables community members to compost their food scraps, but it also serves as the foundation to test pilot and potentially explore opportunities to increase or expand that program at a larger community-wide level. The Environmental and General Service is also making great strides when it comes to fleet electrification. The city went from having 1 electric vehicle in 2018 to now having 46 light-duty electric vehicles and trucks. And more than 90% of those were acquired in 2023. And so you should all be very proud of that. And finally, the Urban Forestry Program is rolling out the city's tree standards across departments to basically standardize tree care practices. The intention is to bring all tree-related work up to an agreed-upon standard and ensure that both city staff and contractors are familiarized with the standards, trained, and they implement them as well. So what comes next for the Climate Action Team? So this year, we're gonna be hyper-focused on 1, advancing the implementation of TRT, 2, applying for the historic climate investments that I mentioned earlier as part of the Climate Pollution Reduction Fund. And 3, we're also going to work or increase the work that we're doing on heat resilience. We are collaborating with the Pima County Health Department and the University of Arizona in a climate summit that is going to inform our heat resilience mitigation strategy. And you should receive an invite this week. We are also planning to work, we initiated conversations with Pima County Health Department to develop the protocols for resilient hubs, as well as standardize heat awareness information, resources, and materials across the region. And this is important to avoid confusion within the public when it comes to heat preparedness. We will work with the Department of Transportation and Development, supporting their efforts to enhance bus stops, including shaded bus stops. We're hoping to spend on the microgrid analysis that was carried out last year by establishing the city's first resilience hub. And in order to be able to charge the EVs that I mentioned earlier, our EV fleet is increasing, so in order to be able to charge them, we're going to support the efforts of EV infrastructure. We are also planning to work with departments on transitioning the landscaping equipment to electric. This is going to help us not only reduce greenhouse emissions, but also in maintenance costs, but at the same time, we are going to be promoting cleaner air and long-term savings. We are going to support Environmental and General Service in their efforts to upgrade their energy management control system, and that is to achieve efficiencies in energy use in city buildings. And finally, we are working with the IT department and with ESRI to develop a tracking, monitoring system, key performance indicators, and a public-facing dashboard to showcase and show to the public our progress on the implementation on TRT, and that it's critical for transparency, but also to adjust the strategy if we're not seeing any progress in some of the actions. I am a strong believer of adaptive management, and so we had to pivot and adjust so that we can make progress. And so to do all of these, we are asking you, Mayor and Council, to allocate the remaining $5.15 million of climate ARPA funding to support the various initiatives that I just shared. Our team will ensure that ARPA eligibility requirements are met, and if some of the listed expenditures are deemed ineligible, we are going to shift towards high priority actions within the already adopted climate action plan. And so right now as we are evaluating all the climate funding opportunities within the climate pollution reduction grant, we are assessing which actions within TRT we can propose in the several grants. And so that is also going to be part of the strategy. And I really want to thank you for all the support for this important work. But before I make myself available for questions, I do want to recognize the members of the climate action team that are within the audience: Michael Cantosaro, Nicole Gillette, and Stephen Addison. The climate action team has been a critical component of the work that we're doing. And so I am grateful for the team and really believe that cross-departmental collaboration is critical to continue to advance this work. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Fatima. I really appreciate the presentation. It's really amazing to hear that we went from one electric vehicle in our fleet in 2018 to 47, you said?
46.
46. That's incredible. In the short, 3 years or more. But we also went from a full diesel fleet in 2018 to zero to no emissions fleet, the largest in the southwestern United States. So it's like leaps and bounds. This is wonderful work. Very proud of my colleagues on the council, the staff, for the progress we have made. Just a clarification, you had mentioned that we had received $800 million FEMA grant. Is that $829,000?
Round it up.
It was wishful thinking, okay.
Wishful thinking.
That's $829,000 FEMA for Resiliency Hub
Yes.
planning, which, by the way, I think that is an incredible step forward in moving towards creating resilience hubs for the city of Tucson as we look at Arizona and the southwestern United States getting hotter and hotter, and the possibility of weather events that could cut off electricity, to have hubs that make sense for our community, especially the most vulnerable, to go to in our community. So I'm looking forward to that work ahead. Congratulations, lots of wonderful work. I know that my colleagues have questions or comments. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, Fatima, great work. I think the climate action team, with so many qualified, wonderful people on it, needs to change their name / the C and just be the A team. Sorry. So resilience hub planning, will these hubs be at the neighborhood centers as we've envisioned in the past? And will there be plans for solar solar energy and battery storage?
Yeah, so the FEMA grant is going to help us work with community members to determine what are some of the ideal locations for resilient hubs. For some community members, it makes sense to use the already existing centers, like the Donald Liggins. I know that was like the main site that came on top on the microgrid proposal, but the FEMA grant is going to help us work with community members to identify other places as well that are trusted places that might not be government locations. The good thing is that there is a lot of support for resilient hubs. The community change grant allows for microgrids, resilient hubs, generators, and so there is a lot of opportunity to look at both community-based resilient hubs and also city facilities.
Thank you. The launch of the food cycle composting pilot, very exciting. My staff has met with Carlos and his staff and also with Community Gardens of Tucson, which is our strong partner in this. They're providing the drop-off locations and staffing. I think it's important that we add their logo and their name when we mention this, and I notice that it hasn't been happening. And I think as such an important partner that's a barely surviving nonprofit, we should give them that boost. And here's a question, and I don't need an answer right now, but what's the thinking from how we move from the pilot? I'm afraid of this becoming a permanent pilot, and we need to do more, whatever that might look like, and what are the alternatives. Hey, the tree standards, congratulations. I assume that was mostly Nicole's work. Fantastic, thank you. At some point soon, I'd be interested in how this is going to be implemented across all of our departments and, with our contractors especially. The heat planning summit, there's an urban heat planning thing every year. The last one was in October. So, and again, this is a question for answers later on. So of this new additional one, how is it different? What do we hope to gain from it? What actions are envisioned coming out of it that's different from the Heat Island Planning Summit that happens every year? The money that we're asking to allow staff to allocate, was this originally attached to something else, or was it always put in climate? So we're just kind of confirming. And I assume it's similar to what we saw in April, the implementation plan draft, so there's not many major changes from that for the use of the ARPA funds, or?
So $9.6 million were originally allocated by Mayor and Council from ARPA for climate resilience, and some of that money has been used for including the solar empowerment program as well as other actions. And so the ask that we made in April was for a subset of actions, and so today's ask is for a different one, but it's all within the scope of the actions in Tucson Resilient Together. And so
So some of the items are moving around.
exactly. So some of the items or the actions are already in motion based on what you already approved.
Right.
And some of these would be new, like the dashboard. We have been having conversations with the IT department, but we haven't moved on it until this funding is approved. And I do want to share that for the compost program, addressing two of the questions that you asked, we are considering including the compost, a citywide compost program in the climate pollution reduction grant. And so we're working with staff to develop what's needed to set up the program, like the costs, potential greenhouse gas reduction estimates. The Heat Summit, it is one of the actions in our climate action in the TRT is to create a heat mitigation strategy for the city. And we have been working internally to develop that, identifying what the city's doing, what are some of the gaps, but we do need the community at large. So what we're thinking for the summit is to have emergency managers, people that respond to heat emergencies, community members as well, folks that provide services to the unsheltered community, and just bringing all of these, even other jurisdictions, to have like a regional strategy. And bringing all of these groups together, the hope is that at the end we'll come up with, out of the summit, with some level of actions and strategies that we can then redefine to inform our internal heat mitigation strategy. He doesn't see boundaries, and so that's why we think it's important to have that regional collaboration.
That's great. That's very exciting. It seems to me in the past it's been academic people who study it talking to each other, and bringing in the people that you talked about and planning some action together makes a lot of sense to me. A couple more quick comments. Leaf blowers. We get a lot of complaints about noisy gas-powered leaf blowers. You know, we're using fossil fuels to blow leaves around. You know, what a waste. And they're noisy and they cause air pollution. So good on you. Would love to learn more about a timeline. And I understand this is going to be for our internal switchover. But again, not to be answered now, just to show my incredible support. And another thing for another time is the bus stops. We were talking about this. Karen Ulix, 16 years ago, wanted to put shade at every bus stop in Ward 6 and ran into incredible obstacles, including things you wouldn't think about, like right of way and who owns what and how to do it. So this is, we'll be interested in more details about how we're going to handle this. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your good work, Fatima.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Fatima, I just want to say thank you for all the work. I know that you've been in your position for a couple of months and trying to hold so many moving pieces and Tucson Resilient together. So I'm excited about the work that will continue. I think just wanted to piggyback off your last comment around bus shelters, that we know how critical and important it is. And as we're applying for that $4 million grant with the U.S. Department of Transportation to enhance bus shelters, want to make sure we're, I know that you probably are, but you know, we just had the Office of Equity here in December talk to us about showing us the map of like the areas where we have frequent users and where we need bus shelters. So if there's a plan to prioritize those areas, but then also if we're awarded the grant, what all are we hoping to accomplish with that funding?
Yeah, so right now, most, if not all, of the funding that we're applying for follows the Justice 40 guidelines. And so that means that it has to be, what we're proposing has to be within the qualified census tracts where we have low-income communities, communities of color. And so that fits very well with the areas of need. And in that sense, those bus stops will be prioritized in those areas. But yeah, so that grant is a grant to create a shelter in different tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3, in 20 bus stops. So like tier 1 is shelter, and also other amenities, like including like water harvesting, solar power lighting, emergency button call or call button, information box at the shelters. Moving down to like tier 2 is tier 1 plus like an interactive kiosk where you can have like that information. In tier 3, it's all of that plus to go bikes and equipments. And so it is like a tier approach for that grant. And the hope is that we would start creating those corridors where you can look at, or you can have shaded bus stops that hopefully they can connect you to cooling centers, and looking at that heat resilience strategy more holistically. And so as the climate action team is implementing the TRT strategy, we are looking to support the work that DTM is already doing. And yes, we're gonna look at all of those indicators, like are these bus shelters used? They look at that, but also looking at the connectivities to select the sites that are within the qualified census tracts and that would benefit the community the most.
Alrighty, so I'd like to ask for a motion to move the city manager recommendation, which is to direct staff to allocate the remaining 5.15 million of American Rescue Plan dollars assigned to climate resilience to the actions identified in the financial consideration section of this memo.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a couple of seconds. Any further discussion? I'd like to open it for continued input or questions. Councilmember
quickly.
Kozachik.
2 points, piggybacking also on Kevin's comments. The input we get on the food waste is very supportive, and I think we should prepare to be ready to expand that program sooner rather than later. People have already asked us if we can use the Ward 6 plastic, glass, cardboard site as a food waste collection. I've said no. Please, no. We are not a transfer station, but they're going to be asking for that sooner than later. Secondly, on the transition to electric landscape equipment, we get the same kinds of comments. My answer generally to people is that if we pass something that's really overarching locally, we're inviting state preemption legislation. But it seems to me that we could extend this internal focus to city contractors as well. We might be able to inch towards a broader reach of that. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
And I'd like to also comment in terms of the heat, what is it, the heat conference?
Plenty
Summit. I think that it's important that two things, worker protections that should be part of the conversation within City of Tucson employees and how we encourage other locally owned businesses and businesses within the City of Tucson that they do the same. I've always believed that if the City of Tucson creates a model on how to get it done, that it encourages others to do the same. And yeah, great presentation. Looking forward to the Heat Summit and what comes of it. But also want to encourage, I know that we love our recreation centers, but also want to encourage the public and my colleagues to think about what a resilience hub would mean. And what we need for those resilience hubs to have, right? If it's a 1 day, a 2 day necessity to use those spaces, do we need showers and bathrooms? Do we need, classroom space, big spaces like gyms in schools? Sometimes schools already are prepared to be able to sleep a lot of people, and there's huge restrooms and there's showers and gyms, all these things. So just to think outside of us as City of Tucson having to host. So I just wanted to encourage that conversation to be free-flowing and what makes the most sense to create this resiliency hubs. So with that, we have a motion on the floor, a second, and without any further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Great work. All right. On to item 6. Item 6 this time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to continue the discussion on the development of the RTA Next plan. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is part of the ongoing conversation and the evolution of this plan. And so what is before you today and what Sam will go over here in a minute is a comparison of what I'll call the 4.2 and 5.1 plans to the City of Tucson priorities. And so Sam will go over that. That's in your packet, but we brought you a hard copy as well as we have one up on the screen there. A couple things to point out. So if you remember, when we originally approached it, I suggested to you that we needed to make sure that we didn't get hung up on one component of the plan. And so when we originally had suggested that the priorities of the city of Tucson equated to about 1.3 billion, as about 65% of the total, it included named projects, which were corridor projects. It also included the categoricals, the safety and transportation elements. At the time, the focus by the RTA staff and subsequently by the committees had been focused only on the, I'll call it the roadway elements, the named projects. And so, again, I suggested to you, and I've suggested to the RTA as well as to the TMC, that it needs to be a holistic view, right? What is the investment within the city of Tucson that then we can look at and say, hey, these are the dollars that are, in fact, going to come back into very specifically the city of Tucson. And so I took a look at it, or we looked at it holistically and said all of the categories, right? Okay. So what's before you is a comparison of what we had projected or presented to you and shown on the original priorities that you adopted in comparison to what the CAC put together in Plan 4.2 and 5.1. Now, when you look at it, there's a couple things that we'll point out to you. And Sam will go over the projects here in a minute, but I'm just kind of giving you the high level. The numbers that are associated with this, if you look at particularly the safety element, you'll see that the safety element actually has more money, more projects than what was the original budget, right? Well, we needed to do that in order to show, again, that investment, because the city of Tucson projects were very small in number on the roadway plan. And so what we did is we took those that weren't funded in the roadway plan and put them in the other categories. Well, what it looks like, well, because it actually is what's happening, is we are allocating all of the money in some of those areas and some of those categories to the city of Tucson to make up for the lack of projects in the roadway elements, okay, which has raised some eyebrows, and that's caused some grief for some of our regional partners. But again, it's a holistic view of the priorities and the investment and going back to the investment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam, and then I'll come back with some summary comments at the end. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council, and Happy New Year. So as the manager alluded to, I'll go through the handout that I just shared with you and is also on the screen right now. I do want to just remind you that back on December 12th, we were directed to return with an analysis of plans 4.2 and 5.1. That is included in your material at a high level. However, the attachment B in your packet that we'll review right now provides additional specificity about not only plans 4.2 and 5.1, but also the City of Tucson staff proposal. Now, what I'll mention to you is this is now your first glimpse at what an actual plan could look like. I think up to this point, what you've seen is pieces of the plan. There has been a lot of focus on the specificity within the roadway corridor element, but the remaining elements really hadn't been fleshed out. So this provides you with an idea of what that could look like. I'll go through this rather quickly, but obviously I'll be able to answer any questions you might have. On the roadway corridor element, essentially the first 18 projects really remain unchanged. Those are all of those outside of the city limits. I'll call your attention to two projects, the 36th Street overpass in South Tucson. We've carried that over as not included in our staff proposal, similar to 5.1, because we're including some money allocated for City of South Tucson in another category, which I'll mention just in a moment. And then the Ina Road project is not included, similar to 5.1. Following that are all the City of Tucson projects, and you can see that all the way through Prince Road modernization, those projects are included in the roadway corridor element. Beyond that, we've moved those projects, remaining projects, as the manager mentioned, to the safety and active transportation element, with the exception of the Harrison Road expansion and modernization project. That rounds out the roadway corridor element. Yes. Yeah, so Prince Road's included in the roadway corridor element. So the four Drexels, Irvington, Campbell, Prince Road are in the roadway corridor element, as well as the Harrison Road. That's correct. So in both 4.2 and 5.1, the projects following Campbell modernization were not included. And so that's why we wanted to show that side-by-side comparison, that the projects that were unfunded in both plans 4.2 and 5.1 as comparison to the City of Tucson staff proposal, which is in that last column. When you total all of the projects in the City of Tucson staff proposal in the roadway corridor element, we are just shy of $350 million investment in the City of Tucson. That also includes small pieces of two other projects that are not sponsored by the city, but do include elements of those projects in the City of Tucson limits. Now, if you flip to the second page, you'll see that we have our, and also the deferred projects were taken off the top of that roadway element. Looking at the second page, we've combined the safety and active transportation element into one category. Under Plan 4.2, they're actually separated, but for illustration purposes, we've combined it to show you what the investment is in each of those plans. For the City of Tucson staff proposal, you can see that we've set aside $35 million for City of South Tucson projects that have yet to be determined. The remaining allocation within that element are all City of Tucson projects, including pedestrian and walkability projects, as well as the remainder of our roadway corridor projects that were primarily modernization projects. And that equates to just shy of $260 million investment in the City of Tucson. The environmental element, we set aside $50 million. We have not identified any City of Tucson projects within that element specifically. And then the transit element we've set aside $610 million within that element itself. And you can see there that we have prioritized the existing projects, existing service funded by the RTA. We've included local match funds for the Oracle Stone Bus Rapid Transit Project. You can see we've set aside $223 million for new transit service, consistent with the recommendations in the COA. And lastly, setting aside $88 million for non-City of Tucson operated transit service, such as Sun Shuttle. The last two elements included in the plan include the RTA administrative cost, as well as the contingency. We did include $40 million in overlap funding for the contingency item. And all of that equates to, $2.34 billion as directed by the RTA board. I do want to point out that you'll see all of these proposals do exclude the $200 million for pavement rehabilitation. That is because there has not been any support from any of the RTA committees for pavement rehabilitation element, and so therefore it was not included in the staff proposal. All that being said, as outlined in your material, that represents a roughly 55.6% investment in the City of Tucson, not including the RTA administrative services, the deferred projects, and the contingency out of that $2.34 billion budget. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the manager for additional comments. Thank you.
So Mayor, I'm going to ask the staff to blow up that one segment. It's where it says City of Tucson Investment Staff Proposal. So you can see it. It's on the screen. It's the spreadsheet that has that kind of orange heading on there. I want to go over that here in a minute. So I think what's important here, when you do the math and you really look at it simplistically, the $348 million, or just shy of $350 million, that's just over 31% of the roadway projects. Now, if you look at it very simplistically, the City of Tucson on the roadway elements would only get about 31.8%, or call it just shy of 32%. That's fine, as long as the rest of the investment in the city is commensurate with what's outlined here. Now, where it gets some eyebrows raised is When you look at the safety element, right, all of those dollars would be invested in the city of Tucson. So that means there would be no money for other entities because they've already soaked up all the money in the roadway element that otherwise would have gone to projects that we've identified. Same thing with the transportation element. So those are important pieces. And again, when you look at it in a linear manner, right, if you don't include the rest, a more holistic view, right, then the city of Tucson would only get 32%. And then we'll have a conversation about safety in a similar fashion, conversation about transportation or the transportation element. So those are things that I think are raising eyebrows out there, right? But again, the conversation for us has been holistic review. All right. So a couple other things that I think are important to note. Sam already mentioned the lack of the pavement rehabilitation, so I won't go through that again, but that's important to note. The other piece that I think's important is we zeroed out the bonding cost. And my thought there is very simple, and I presented this to the TMC. When you look at financing, in essence, it's a credit card. You're going to go out and you're going to get into debt to make projects available to the public sooner. It's a good use of money, and it can be a good opportunity for us. But if you can't afford the debt service, don't put the credit card down on if you can't afford to pay it back, don't put the credit card down on the table, right? And so the thought that I've presented is it doesn't preclude us necessarily from having a conversation about financing, but that should stand alone. That should stand aside from what we're trying to do here because we obviously and clearly can't afford it. There's not enough money for that. And so if you think about the way that we've approached our indebtedness in the past, we have done it on a case-by-case basis. We've brought conversations to you that say these stand alone and here is a way to pay those back on a component of a program or on a project. I think that's important to note. So we've gotten pushback on that, Mayor. I expect that you'll get pushback on that when you get to the board. The other thing that I think is important is the contingency. Now, the contingency, we learned, because we did not understand or did not know, we're not told, that the contingency has a couple of different components. One of them is the overlap in what I'll call, or the gap in funding that's necessary in order for us to go from RTA 1 to RTA Next. So there's about a $30 to $40 million shortfall in funding that will not be collected because of the overlap in the way that the statutes require the collection of those dollars, okay? Which is fine, it's just we didn't know that, so now we plugged that in. But there's also a pretty glaring omission of a larger conversation about contingency, which also includes inflation. You know, those are conversations that have been talked about at this table, right? And so the answer that I've gotten is the inflation cost, the increase in cost, will be covered by the increase in revenues. That's great, except we've seen the opposite happen here recently, and I think that's a very short-sighted view of how that can look down the road, particularly when we are making promises to the voter that says we are going to deliver X, Y, Z, and we have no, I'll use the term, safety net. And we're relying upon that future revenue growth to pay for those additional costs. I think that's a challenge for us. Now, in fairness, I believe that each of the project costs does include contingency. So there is some buffer there in each of the costs. So when you go through and you do an analysis, because we don't know, there's a lot of unknowns, there is an opportunity to have put in some contingency. So I'm a little more comfortable that, at least from a project cost standpoint, there are some contingencies. But the time value of money is not included. These are 2020, I'll use 2023, although by the time we're done, it'll probably be 24, but they're 2022 and 23 dollars. And you know as well as I do that with a 20-year ask, the time value of money needs to be factored in and needs to be a focus for us. So I throw those out to you that we do have a plan. We'd like to present that to you, at least get a general nod that we're in the right space, although there are still components, in my opinion, that need to be ironed out. in order for me to confidently say to you, yes, this is the way we can go and we should go. The last thing I'll leave you with is we have done some analysis in terms of geographic, but we're not finished. And I think that as you go through and you look at, where these improvements are made, you'll see they're pretty well scattered around the community, but we still have some work to do there to really be able to present to you a geographic map that says, hey, here's where the projects are and here's where the investment is. Ultimately, to demonstrate to the voter and to the resident of Tucson what that return on investment is. And that's really the key piece, right? If we ask them to support something, what's in it for them? What's their return on investment? And we're still a little ways from that, but we will have that shortly. We do have a follow-up meeting, which I've suggested, or we've been told that we are going to leave that meeting with a resolution, and that is January 17th, because the board, the RTA board meets the following week, I believe it is, and they are expecting a recommendation from the Technical Management Committee at that point. And so I do expect something to come out of the TMC. I do not necessarily expect it to be a unanimous vote, just my gut, based on what I can see and what I've heard. Mayor, thank you for your patience. We'd be happy to answer questions on that. A unanimous vote.
Okay. So first and most importantly, there are certain goals that we've been talking about for a long time when we started talking about the RTA Next, that the City of Tucson's projects from RTA 1 must be completed. That is, and it should not be taken off from the appropriate investment that should come to the residents of the City of Tucson. Also, the list of priorities that we submitted takes a comprehensive approach that considers all of Tucson's long-term needs. So that is something, that list that was submitted and approved by Mayor and Council and then submitted to both the CAC and the TMC is what the Mayor and Council and staff of the City of Tucson believe is the appropriate return on investment for whatever our residents put into the pot. And so we have to have a plan that gives Tucson voters, Tucson residents, Tucson taxpayers confidence that they will see a return on their investment. And then we have to have clarity on the categoricals beyond multimodal corridor projects, such as name projects for transit, active transportation, safety, and more. And then another big question mark is, what about pavement rehabilitation on the RTA 1 projects that the citizens have paid for? And how do we maintain those projects to make sure that the investment from RTA 1 is being maintained appropriately and not falling on the shoulders of our citizens? So with that, I'd like to, ask my colleagues where you are right now, give us your input, feedback as the city manager prepares for an additional round of conversations with the Technical Management Committee that, by the way, has presence and participation from the Citizens Advisory Committee. I'll open it up. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you explaining the contingency piece, and also that contingency is also built into each project. This is kind of a follow-up of the last conversation we had that was following the prevailing wage question. I was just curious if you all had the opportunity to kind of look at if there would potentially be an impact, or I don't know how we're using cost estimates to budget, just to check in again on that piece of it to see if that might impact the number of projects we can do.
Councilmember Lee, members of the Mayor and Council. So prevailing wage is on your agenda this evening, and it would apply prospectively only. It would apply after July of 2024. It would not apply to any projects under the current RTA plan, but it would, as proposed, apply to all city procured contracts for public works construction, which would include projects where the city is the lead agency under an RTA project.
So with that, again, back to like the cost estimates, I don't know how you all factor that, and if we're thinking there may be enough variance to tip the project list at all. That's really just my only kind of heads up to make sure we're putting, again, forward something that we're going to be able to fully execute.
So Mayor, Councilor Lee, we have not included that in these numbers. What I do expect is that as the plan is, I'll use the term finalized, but as it continues to evolve, we meaning all of the agencies will look at their costs and come back with what those costs actually would be, or at least in '24, even $25. And that would be included if in fact that does pass and does have an impact. We would include that in these conversations as well. But to this point, it has not been included.
Okay, thanks for explaining that.
Any others? Councilmember Kozaczek?
A few things. First of all, I think if this goes to the voters, it's going to fail the way it is right now. And I would not support it either. The conversation about pavement preservation, we've had it and had it and had it. I've had members of the board tell me, obviously we should include that at least for the RTA constructed projects. We're not going to go in and fix your residential streets. No one's talking about that. But where they just did Broadway, where they're doing Harrison and Houghton and First Avenue, those are RTA projects. They need to own a rehabilitation component of that. If that's not included in a ballot measure, the voters will see through that in a heartbeat and vote it down. Secondly, there's nothing still in here for phases 5 and 6 of Grant Road. The RTA continues to not even allow the city to go in and do property acquisitions in anticipation of that project. And right now, in 2023 dollars, it's estimated to be $100 million. By the time they get around to it, it's RTA 1 will have sunsetted and will be off in some other conversation. And so they can't take the position that, as the mayor said, the current projects will be done within the 20-year frame. That can't happen for Grant Road, and they need to acknowledge that. Farhad has stood here at that mic and said, the money will be there, we're going to get it done. It's 30% designed right now. They can't get it to 100% design, bid it, and begin construction before this goes to the ballot again. They can't do it. So a little bit of honesty and transparency from the board, especially with respect, and in this case, on the Grant 5 and 6, they're just beginning utility work on phases 3 and 4 of Grant Road, which is the east end of that. So that they need to come clean on and at least be honest with the people. We've kicked $200 million worth of projects forward. Grant 5 and 6 is going to be 100 and change. So that's a big number, and that's something they need to own. To rely on revenue increases to cover the cost escalation going forward for 20 years is exactly how we got to where we are right now. And it's not going to work, and people aren't stupid. They're going to recognize that there's inflation. That inflation is going to chew up any potential revenue increases. We're seeing labor escalation right now. We're seeing material escalation right now. That's not going to slow down. So if this goes to the voters right now, they're going to punt this right out of the stadium, and I wouldn't blame them.
Did you have any questions in terms of the plans presented? Because I know it. I think it's worth asking questions regarding regarding the plans 4.2 and 5.1 as compared to what we all want to see in terms of an RTA Next plan. Because for me, there's a big question mark on the roadway elements that the city of Tucson moved to the active and safety element piece, right? There's a big question mark on that because both 4.2 and 5.1 plans do not answer that question. They don't have listed projects? And are we going to be able to tap into those funds that have been designated in 4.2 and 5.1 with the active and safety element? So, I mean, I would love to hear all of our opinion in terms of where we're moving. So I can always come back to you, Steve, but I do see the hand up for Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The mayor and council will be reminded of the status of 22nd Street Bridge, Keno to I-10, the other differential city projects in the RTA, and their status at Central RTA Next.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you. So there were two projects that were City of Tucson projects. One of them was Houghton Road, I believe Speedway to Tanque Verde, and the other was 22nd Street from Keno to I-10. Both of those are in the, well, I'll call them the carryover projects, or the projects that have been moved from the current RTA to RTA Next. What's important to note there is those estimates are now old. Those are probably about 3 to 4 years old when those estimates were put forth. And so back to the mayor's point about making sure that the plan includes dollars for those, it does, and they're taken off the top and they are not allocated to the City of Tucson. However, to Councilmember Kozachek's point, I'm not sure or confident that the dollars that are set aside are enough. There's two projects that are the county's projects, there's two projects, City of Tucson projects, in addition to the potential for 5-6 not having enough money to be completed in RTA 1. So I think that, yes, there's a placeholder there in RTA Next for those carryover projects. I believe it's 237 million. But I'm not confident that those dollars are going to be enough to carry those projects forward and actually complete them within the next program. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Can you update the status on the city differential projects, the current RTA and will be in RTA Next?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So all of the projects that, and we can get you a full listing of all of the status of the current projects. I think the biggest challenges that we have right now are on Grant Road. I think North First is certainly one that we're watching closely and still moving forward with that. But the Grant Road project, quite frankly, the 5-6 is the one that caused me the greatest concern because we have not been allowed to acquire right-of-way. And as the council member mentioned just a minute ago, without acquiring right-of-way, we can't finish the design and we can't do a lot of the pieces that'll help us move this forward. And so that does cause me great concern. But the others are moving along pretty much per schedule, but we'll get you a full update on all of the RTA projects that are currently underway, council member.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And can you send us the information on what it took to do the Broadway widening road? How much it cost and why is it so needed now?
Mayor, Councilor Fimbres, happy to do that. That started almost 20 years ago, and ultimately the costs accumulated well in excess of, I believe the number was 15 to 20 million more than what was originally budgeted just based on the redesigns. But I'll be happy to look at what the original budget was and what the final costs were and get those to you. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Mayor, I think I've shared before, just the frustration of these conversations at the table, and I feels like the city and our staff continue to do acrobatics to try and, get creative with how we continue to push the projects that we need to see. So I, from the beginning, have been concerned about having a 20-year, project list and plan when things can change, as we've seen in RTA 1. And I think I've understood the financing piece of it and why it happens that way. So my biggest thing is, are we still talking about like flexibility, within the projects and the scope? Because we know that in the past, it was very much to the letter of the language and the proposition of what needed to happen. So how are we still like advocating for flexibility in these projects?
So Mayor, Councilor Santa Cruz, great question in terms of the evolution here. So when we first started, if you remember, when we presented our priority list, the categorical elements had some recommended projects, and those were intended to show and demonstrate to you so that you could show your constituencies where those investments were going to occur. There was also I'll use the term pot of money that was available in that same categorical. Those are gone because of the way that the approach has been taken by the RTA, with only less than 32% of the dollars going to roadway projects. We had to name the projects within those safety elements to provide that flexibility. So in essence, by trying to do all these acrobatics, we've reduced that flexibility quite a bit. And that is not a good thing because, as you know, needs change, situations change, and we will not have the flexibility that we would have had we approached it the way we originally were discussing.
When you say flexibility, does that mean we will not have the access to be able to have named projects under the safety and active element?
No, Mayor. So if you look at if you look at that right column, right, we have had to identify projects within those categorical elements that in RTA 1 had flexibility. So for example, safety, so if we brought up an issue on a corridor that needed to be addressed, there was a mechanism by which to address that after the ballot language had already, or after the measure had passed. Today, because of the way that we've shifted our projects from that roadway element to the safety and the active transportation, we won't have that flexibility because those monies are basically eaten up by identified projects.
Okay. Any others? Any other questions, comments? Council Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, Sam, I'm still curious about the Prince Road, 70,000. It's not included in the 4.2 or 5.1, correct? So, but it's still in our list. Being in our list, that doesn't guarantee it's going to be in the RTA recommendation.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor Dahl, that is correct. So if you look at the plans 4.2 and 5.1, which had previously been forwarded to the RTA board by the CAC, the named projects within that roadway corridor element for the city of Tucson essentially end at Campbell modernization. So Prince Road modernization was not included in either of those plans. However, what we've done with our staff proposals, we've gone back and looked at our entire project list, and we are recommending that it be included in the roadway element as part of our staff proposal. And then some of those other projects below Prince Road, or actually most of them, were moved to the safety and active. So we are recommending Prince Road be included in an RTA Next plan.
Thanks for the explanation.
Mayor, just one point that I think is important, and Sam mentioned Ina Road. Ina Road in the town of Marana was included, I believe, in 4.2, but not in 5.1. We understood that was not important or that was able to be removed, so we excluded that. During the TMC meeting at the last meeting, the manager from Marana said, no, that's really important to us. So that will have to be added somehow back into the conversation of this. So this list will move, in my opinion, over the next couple of weeks. But just that's an example. And just like we're going to advocate for Prince Road, they're going to advocate for Ina, and we'll be figuring out how to make those happen down the road.
Any other questions, comments? All righty. Well, thank you so much for the update. Let us know how the next TMC meeting goes and if it moves favorably into what we'd like to see.
Thank you for your patience. I think what we'll do, Mayor, is we will put a placeholder on our next, on the 23rd, even though that's before your meeting as the RTA board. We will be able to give an update to you all from a TMC standpoint and prepare you for the meeting that I believe happens that Thursday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Thank you so much, Sam. Really appreciate your presentation. Alrighty, the next item first, I was going to ask if we needed to take a little 2-minute break or if we could just plow through this. We're good? Okay, let's plow. Item 7, time has been set aside for mayor and council to consider and discuss updating the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, our HAS plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is really an opportunity to, and I'll use the term celebrate, I think, through the leadership of the mayor and council in this housing affordability strategy, I think has really set the stage for us to do some awesome and wonderful things. So I think it's important that you know that this was really your leadership that came about here and we're getting into. So with that, I'll turn it over to who's going to lead today. Ann Chinek, our interim director in housing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So I'm grateful to be here today for the second annual update of the housing affordability strategy for Tucson. I have with me Sarah Megason. She is our housing development manager. She was hired to implement the HAST plan, so she's been really busy the last 2 years. I do feel compelled to mention today is her birthday. So a little bit of background, Mayor and Council in 2021, as housing costs continued to skyrocket, Mayor and Council held a study session and a lengthy discussion about what to do about the housing crisis. One outcome in 2021 was directing HCD, Director Morales at the time, to return to Council in 90 days with a housing plan. And so we did return 90-ish days. And that plan was adopted by Council at the end of 2021. And in my mind has always been intended to be a living plan, a plan that can change and evolve over time as more information becomes available and as factors change in the environment. So last year, March of 2023, we did take some minor items to Mayor and Council for consideration for updates to the plan, including a change to the community revitalization area map. At that time, we added the Thrive 29th Street zone to the map. And I bring that up because one of the items I would like your consideration for today is potentially changing that map again. So you may recall the Housing Affordability Plan has 10 key policy initiatives, and there are several actions outlined within each of those initiatives. So my goal today is to provide some of the meaningful updates from 2023, let you know what we're working on for 2024, and then as I mentioned, I do have one item related to the item number 3, prioritize areas of opportunity, that I would like you to consider. I'm not going to talk about all the policy initiatives or we'd be here all day, but I'm going to focus on some of the key items. And so the first policy initiative is to transform public housing. In the plan, we talk a little bit more about what that means. To me, it means improving the housing we do have, ensuring it's of high quality, and also making sure we're on a solid financial footing. So in 2023, we worked with Praxis Consulting, developing a financial stability plan for our 1,500 units of public housing. We presented that plan to the Public Housing Board of Commissioners in September and received approval from you all in terms of advancing the framework for that plan, knowing that each item will come back to you for additional conversation and direction. So this year, we're focusing on 3 of our public housing sites. The first one, Tucson House, obviously our largest public housing site. It's a third of our public housing. And so this year we are very busy designing the major rehabilitation of that building. So the plan is to replace all the systems, modernize all the units, add community space, add space for social service providers, and really enhance the security of the building. So we have our work cut out for us on that one. And then 2 other public housing sites, MLK Apartments, we are looking to submit an application to Housing and Urban Development to switch that from public housing to more of a voucher system. And as we get more information from our consultant, we will bring that forward and provide the details to you on that. And then Craycroft Towers is another site. We're really looking at rehabilitation for that project. We are currently selecting an agency to do a capital needs assessment for us, and that needs assessment will really help us decide how to move that project forward. And feel free, if you have questions, to jump in at any point, of course. So the second policy initiative is building capacity around affordable housing development, and that is both internally at HCD and also supporting our community partners to make housing happen. And so with that, I mentioned Sarah's job is focused on implementing the HAST plan. And one thing you'll see later on, a list of all of the projects we're currently working on. I realize she does need additional, if we're going to move on these projects as quick as we want to, we are looking to hire someone else to support her in that role this year. We created the El Pueblo Housing Development nonprofit, the city's housing development arm. One of the things we did this past year is submitted a 501c3 application to the IRS, and we are awaiting that approval. We expect to get it by March. And then, as you all know, we have our first project under El Pueblo Housing Development umbrella in construction, and I promise some pictures of that in a moment. And then, as I mentioned, we really do want to support the community in advancing as much housing as possible. We do that through the funding we receive from Housing and Urban Development. We support our developers when we can. And partially because of that support, the City of Tucson, 3 low-income housing tax credits were awarded within the city limits last year. So that's quite a bit of progress over how many we had been getting in previous years. The funding process that we are in process now. Last week at the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, we had the applicants present to the commission. We're having the commission score those for impact. So we're incorporating the commission into our funding process. And so no presentation's complete without fun pictures. So this is Milagro on Oracle. This is early in the construction. And so at this point, we do have the elevator shaft. We have the foundation poured on the main building, and they're starting to put up the walls now. So anytime you drive by, it's fun to see the progress happening there. Okay, so the third initiative is prioritizing and facilitating affordable housing in areas of opportunity. I wanted to take a minute to connect this with the next item on your agenda, which is the Prosperity Initiative, the plan to reduce poverty region-wide. And so as part of that plan, they also talk about locating housing in areas of opportunity. So one thing staff did this year is finalized an opportunity score lookup tool. So any developer that's interested in building housing can put in their address and see what their opportunity score looks like. This is helpful for a few different reasons. For us, when we're looking to acquire properties, we can use the tool to see what that looks like, but then we did also incorporate it into the application process this year. So anyone who's applying to the city for funding, they need to put in their address, they need to see what their score looks like, and we had them speak on that to the commission last week. And then in addition to locating housing in areas of opportunity, we also want to prioritize housing in key revitalization areas. So Mayor and Council have done a great job of identifying corridors and areas to prioritize investment and really layer investments. And as part of that, we really want to make sure we have affordable housing along and in those corridors and in those areas. really trying to ensure that we keep affordability in those areas. And so the Arizona Department of Housing agrees with that sentiment. As part of their low-income housing tax credit process, they reward points if you're in a key revitalization area. So that's part of the idea of the map evolving over time. Last year, we added Thrive 29th Street Zone. This year, for-year consideration, we are recommending extending the La Doce South 12th corridor. And the primary reason for that, we are aware that there is one developer interested in a low-income housing tax credit project, but the more we looked at it as well, we see some additional opportunities as well, and really feel like it aligns with the La Doce South 12th goals. But wanted to pause there and see if there's questions on that or discussion related to that.
Did you want to stop and then talk about this particular?
I want to make
piece
sure
of
if
the
there's any
presentation?
questions, yeah.
Okay. What I would suggest, do you want to ask questions now or do you want to just continue? What I would suggest is that we continue with the presentation and then save the questions till the end.
Okay. So the fifth policy initiative is related to zoning. We know how important zoning is when we're talking about advancing supply of housing. I think that the city has been a leader in this area. And so in 2023, in August, there was the mayor and council discussion on tiny homes. And so that's something I know PDSD has been working on. And one of the outcomes from that was directing HCD to work with PDSD to come up with language for micro shelters. And so we're in process right now of creating a planned area development for the former Fire Station 8. And we do plan on bringing that to mayor and council in May of this year, really creating that language around micro shelters. Mayor and council continues to be a leader in trying to advance redevelopment opportunities along corridors. So in October, there was a discussion on that. And that's something that HCD is working with PDSD and really trying to identify opportunities and tools. And then one item that we have heard from developers is really wanting there to be a formal policy related to expediting permitting for low-income housing tax credits. So the IRS has a really strict timeline on from award to place in service, how quick that needs to happen. And I will say Planning and Development Services does a great job by practice of doing that, but developers want more clarity and certainty that we're going to be doing that. So we'll be working with PDSD and we'll ask for your direction within the next few months on that. And I mentioned we have a long list of projects we're working on. So these are projects that we are actively working on city-owned properties. And these are properties, in some cases, the city has owned for a long time. Some of them are new properties, thanks to the American Rescue Plan dollars that mayor and council committed to acquiring properties for affordable housing development. And so just a couple that we are advancing and really focused on this year, Milagro on Oracle, Tucson House we already mentioned. One is the former bum steer on Stone Avenue. That's a project we'll be moving forward this year. Amazon Motel, we're in design right now. We will be moving to construction this year on the renovation of the 30 motel units into permanent supportive housing. And then we have a couple affordable homeownership projects that we'll be advancing this year as well. So Sarah's very busy. Policy Initiative 8 is enhancing efforts for our most vulnerable to housing instability. And this is where the House plan being focused on supply of housing and rehabilitation of housing really intersects with the work we're doing on the unhoused and our Housing First program. So wanted to mention a couple updates there. As I mentioned, we're working on the Amphi Station 8 station to convert that into an emergency shelter and a micro shelter village in the back. This year, we acquired a motel to support the Emergency Eviction Legal Services program by Pima, that's operated by Pima County. And then right now, we're also working to acquire 2 additional properties to be shelters, one to be a congregate shelter and one to be a transitional shelter. And then last initiative I'll mention today is pursuing additional funding opportunities. And so this is something that the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development made a recommendation to Mayor and Council on reinstating the Housing Trust Fund. We are doing a lot of research right now on what it used to be, what it could be, what other communities do in terms of a housing trust fund. We presented that to the Commission in December and to get some initial feedback. And so we're still working on that and plan to come to Mayor and Council this year with some potential options and for direction from you all. One, the HAST plan identifying, trying to increase funding opportunities has really made us more aggressive when it comes to pursuing state and federal opportunities. And so since the adoption of the housing strategy, we have received over $16 million in new funding from the Arizona Department of Housing. And so really grateful for the mayor's leadership and ADOH on being such a good partner for us in expanding affordable housing and solutions to address homelessness. And then, of course, on a federal level, we received the $50 million Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant this year. So that'll build over 250 new units of housing and, of course, be a primary source of funding for the rehabilitation of the Tucson house. And then just last, wanted to mention some of the transparency and accountability pieces we have built into the housing strategy. On the housing website, on the Housing HAST website, we have an implementation tab that Sarah updates regularly, letting people know the progress we've made. And then soon we will be launching a new website that is specific to the nonprofit and the development under the El Pueblo housing development. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaneka. Really appreciate your presentation. I think these updates as we start a new year are really good because it resets our goals. The last 4 years have brought a lot of good change, changing structures, and adding the housing affordability strategy was incredibly important. For me, one of the reasons why I wanted us, the city of Tucson, to have a strategy for affordability from housing first to all the way through the housing continuum, through home ownership, was one, the city of Tucson did not have one before we asked that it be put together. And really the housing community development staff stepped up to the occasion. It was pretty amazing to see all of the input from mayor and council and the community and the experts in within our departments to put their experience together and deliver a really well thought out housing affordability strategy for all of us. And because of it, as you just said, Anne, we have been able to be ready to apply for funds to be able to bring the money here to our residents in our community. So a lot of really good outcomes because we decided to, one, create the housing affordability strategy, and two, really push for the El Pueblo housing development, which could really be completely effective. We've seen Milagro and Oracle because of the housing development plan that we have. So, you know, I know that we're going to talk about the Prosperity Initiative. I know Pima County Board of Supervisors have taken steps to adopt the policy priorities that the Prosperity Initiative is suggesting that both the City of Tucson and Pima County approve. I think that the housing affordability strategy is a huge part of the conversation when it comes to prosperity. And so I think that the City of Tucson, is ahead of the game when it comes to prosperity and what it is that we want to do as a mayor and council, which is create prosperity in our city and work on really fighting the prevalence of poverty within the city of Tucson and within Pima County. And all of the action steps that we've taken, and really, to be honest with you, this conversation added to the prevailing wage conversation that we're having later tonight and hopefully taking action tonight. Prevailing wage is connected, believe it or not, to this prosperity initiative and the housing affordability strategy, because we want to make sure that workers in our city can afford to own their home, can afford to pay for stability in terms of housing. And so it makes me really, really happy to be able to add to the funds that you've talked about us receiving through the state and the federal government. I'm happy to be the first to announce that Housing Community Development has successfully completed for a $4 million grant from the Arizona Department of Housing to continue funding our Housing First program. So congratulations. That is, freshly printed in terms of the city of Tucson receiving additional funds for our community. So congratulations. I'm really happy to hear this news. So I want to personally thank the Arizona Department of Housing, Governor Hobbs for really paying attention to the city of Tucson. Like you said, in 2023, we received, was it 3 or 4 LIHTC? 3 additional LIHTC projects within our city. And previously, in previous years, we had struggled as a city to receive LIHTC. So lots of really good things. I want to thank Governor Hobbs, Director of Service from ADOH, and of course, our very own wonderful staff at HCD for really being aggressive and pushing our policy priorities as a city. So just wanted to make sure that we gave you lots of kudos for another $4 million coming into the city of Tucson. With that, I'd like to open it up. If there's any questions, comments, please let me know. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Well, on that note, I also, want to thank you and congratulate you, Ann, and HCD staff for all your work in this update. Similar to, I think, even the previous item, as we're talking about the RTA and making transportation plans 20 years, looking towards the future, that I think our housing crisis that we're experiencing right now didn't happen overnight, and that it was a lack of planning for the future around housing that put us in this situation. And so this is what I appreciate about having the housing affordability strategy for Tucson plan, so that we are constantly planning and envisioning about what our housing needs are in the future. And I am it's so helpful to see it all laid out. And so thank you to your team for doing that, because I feel like we've done a lot of work. I feel like the housing department has just completely transformed in the time that we've been in office. And that has to do with this mayor and council, but also city manager and staff taking all that work very seriously. So I am very thankful. I think it's important that we continue to respond to the housing crisis with flexibility and being adaptable, and that we are constantly identifying additional areas of opportunity. So I'm thankful about what you presented around adding the 12th Avenue area further south to Los Reales. One of the last pieces, because I also want to make a motion for that piece, is that we know that we've been able to do so much with like federal and some state funding, but I'm also aware that our Commission on Equitable Housing and Development have recommended that we have a housing trust fund, and then just, curious where we're at in bringing that forward, or what that would look like. But with that, I'd like to move that we expand the boundary of the La 12 South 12th Avenue Community Revitalization Area south to Los Reales to increase future opportunities for quality, affordable housing and equitable investment in the La 12 12th Avenue area.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion or any part of the presentation? Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to add my kudos. Going through this presentation, an incredible body of work. It's almost unbelievable. Thank you. And to your team, and to Liz, who was there before, and to your partners at planning as well. I dug out the old checklist too. And there are some things that, but it's within a 2-year thing. It's not, we got this done in 1 year, and you've gotten a lot of the things within 2 years done. Just want to mention, I'm very interested in the manufactured housing. There's a lot of people in Ward 3 living in horrible old trailers, and this is a heat resiliency problem as well. So coming up with solutions, I expect in a year from now you'll have all of that solved. Then I have a silly question. Milagro at Oracle, by the way, we were just there yesterday with our golden shovels, and now there's an elevator tower and stuff. What are the plans for the sign?
So, good question. I get this question more than any question. So our current plan is, once we are fully leased up, so it's going to stay in place right now through construction. Once we are fully leased up, our plan is to have a couple conversations with the residents and let the residents talk about what they want to do, if they want to keep it where it is, if they want to repurpose it on the site, or if they don't want to be associated with the no-tell motel.
There is a museum.
Exactly. Should the residents feel like they want to start fresh, we would donate it to the museum.
Thank you.
Any others? All righty. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation. I know that there's a motion on the floor. Any other questions or comments, Mr. Ortega?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember
Just real
Quezada?
quick, how many units do we expect on the fire station pad?
So we're expecting 100 shelter beds.
Good, cool.
On the micro?
No, so that includes the congregate shelter within the fire station as well.
Okay, so within Fire Station 8 would be 100 beds available? Okay. All righty. Just in terms of my, just one last question. How can Tucsonans who have questions or want to give additional feedback on these projects provide that feedback and information to both Housing Community Development, but also to our Equitable Housing and Development Commission?
Yeah, good question. And something we've been talking about a lot lately is we're finding with the projects, no project is the same. And so for any of the projects, we're thinking through how do we make it as easy as possible for people to provide input. And so on the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, they meet the first Thursday of every month from 4 to 6. There is an online option. They've been meeting online, and there is always an online option. People can come and speak to the call to the audience. And then in terms of providing input for the projects, we tailor an engagement outreach strategy for each of those projects. So in addition to having a website where they can find contact information and provide comments, we also are trying to make it as easy as possible, and in some cases going door to door. In some cases, we have community ambassadors helping us. In other cases, we're doing public meetings and key stakeholder outreach. So we're trying to provide as many opportunities as possible to weigh in on the city development projects.
And then in terms of reinvestment areas or revitalization areas, I know that the HAS plan is a living document in terms of additional areas to add. Are there any plans to continue adding? And there are certain areas of our city because in my eyes, having more of these areas throughout the city of Tucson is good for all of us. And then, of course, one of the goals is to expand throughout the city of Tucson and not focus on just certain areas of our city. So are there any conversations associated with our corridor development or any other areas that we're discussing to add revitalization areas?
So I appreciate the being able to change and add as it's clear what areas will be receiving investments and what that looks like. In terms of the state points, it's really clear there are 3 things that need to happen to be considered a revitalization area. And so as mayor and council identify additional potential areas, they can be added in the future.
Excellent, because I just wanted to ask that question because I know that my colleagues are interested in revitalization areas in every area of our city, especially because, there could be a certain focus to apply for LIHTC, for example, veteran housing, that we have that in Ward 4. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear, that we can continue adding revitalization areas to the HAS plan. With that, if there are no additional questions, I don't see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Does he? All righty, so,
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
sure, go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
How does the poverty and stress report and stats enter into this effort?
Yeah, so the poverty and urban stress report data that's included was incorporated into the housing affordability strategy plan. And so some of that data, for instance, on homeownership rates across the city, that data has helped inform some of the policies and initiatives we're working on now.
All righty.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Councilmember. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Both of you, happy birthday. Wonderful job. Thanks. All righty, so we're moving on to item 8. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the Prosperity Initiative. Before we invite Ms. Bazada and city staff to sit down and talk to us about this item, which is really important. I just want to make sure that I thank Councilmember Santa Cruz for bringing this item forward to the council and to Pima County, as well as to everyone who worked on this report, the community members who participated in these sessions. This report represents one of the coordinated efforts that I, as mayor, has been wanting to work on in partnership with Pima County to address poverty and the root causes of poverty in the city of Tucson and Pima County, and not just treating the symptoms, but finding solutions that will take a long-term effect in our community. The rest of this can be, as we move along, but this particular plan is a set of policy initiatives that, frankly, this mayor and council have taken similar positions on. It's not us approving a budget for investment as of now, but it is a commitment from the mayor and council in the city of Tucson to work on this with Pima County and the Board of Supervisors. So I'm very happy that Councilmember Santa Cruz really stuck with the idea of passing the Prosperity Initiative and presenting this to Mayor and Council and Pima County, because both jurisdictions have different responsibilities to work on in terms of the policy that we want to take and the investments that we want to make to change poverty in the city of Tucson. When I first started as a council member, we had almost 25% poverty in the city of Tucson. We've been able, because of holistic work that we've been doing, holistic policy, we've been able to bring that poverty percentage down in the city of Tucson to 19%. But it is still not acceptable because we are one of the highest percentages of poverty within the state of Arizona. So it's not acceptable to have 25% child poverty rate within our city and within our county, and we need to do something about this. So for me, it's a comprehensive approach. We talked about housing right now, where we've talked about living wages, and later on tonight we're going to talk about prevailing wages for our workers. But we are investing millions of dollars in our neighborhoods in terms of infrastructure. We are investing millions of dollars in terms of youth employment and education, in transit, into libraries, into early childhood education, into parks and access to broadband and technology. All of this is a piece of what will lift our community, our city, up into a space of prosperity for all of us. Every family deserves an opportunity for personal prosperity for their families. So with that, I'd like to see if council member wanted to open up the item and then have the presentation by staff.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I feel like you did a great overview, especially in lieu of being able to redistribute the wealth of billionaires to all, families who find themselves in poverty and the middle class. I think it's important as a governing body that we do what we can at the local level to provide those safety nets for our families, and that we're doing it in a way that's intentional within our existing policies and priorities and frameworks. And I know what's going to be presented is, a list of policies that we can incorporate, and that as we move along, that we figure out, the investments that are needed to help our families here in the city of Tucson. I have shared before that we don't all start from the same places, especially economically in this community, and it's important that the way that we need education pipeline so that families can afford to go to college or go to trade schools or have other career opportunities that those exist. Stabilizing families, especially with young children, is so important to be able to do that. And so that's what I appreciate about the work that Bonnie has been doing, especially for Pima County and the Southern Arizona, that we're looking at all the scaffolding that needs to be in place to provide that safety net. So with that, thank you so much, Bonnie, for your work, and I look forward to having the rest of my colleagues hear the presentation.
I'm so excited to be with you and to know that this is where it started, right? And to really thank Council Member, then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for really inviting me and all of you agreeing to kick this off. And so I also want to thank and acknowledge my colleagues with Liz Morales and Allison Miller and Chanenka, who worked shoulder to shoulder through this whole effort. And then on the county side, Nicole Fife and Dr. Garcia and others. And also to acknowledge the community who's here or online and have supported this effort throughout the process. So I'm going to just give you a brief amount of background because it has been 9 months since we were together and looked at this. And I think I might have to point this in a certain direction. There we go. So there's just a little bit of the timeline and the history. And so 9 months ago, as a reminder, you reviewed the first two policies, which were on early childhood education and housing mobility, and approved those, so thank you very much. And then we were tasked with continuing to develop those policies. Our goal was 5 to 10. We were ambitious. We came up with 13. And so I'm going to give you a quick overview of those today. And as mentioned, we know Pima County and Tucson has high rates of poverty, that children experience even higher rates of poverty, and that's just part of a national trend. And as we did this research, we also found some other lenses to look at this. One was the child opportunity scores. And in that, we found that we have an even more urgent crisis, particularly in terms of children, that we have a higher number of children living in poverty and living in areas of concentrated poverty. And this really ties back to the neighborhood reinvestment policy, which Mayor Romero asked us to particularly pay attention to, and we did, and we have a strong policy in that area. And it really ties into the previous discussion on housing and reinvestment areas as well. And as mentioned, you know, it really shows up for children, because we know, and the research shows, that the sooner and the longer kids are in poverty, the more that these negative outcomes accumulate. And that is not to say that single people or senior citizens or others aren't an important part of our community as well, and they will certainly also be impacted by these policies. But again, we were tasked with sort of following the research, and the research is clear that, that children really matter. And they matter also because in terms of intergenerational poverty, so the sooner and the longer you're in poverty, the harder it is to get out, and that kids who start out in poverty are twice as likely to stay in poverty as adults. So again, we want keeping that focus on kids. The return on investment is greatest for children. And so we looked for policies that could show that it would improve the earnings for the parents and or for the children when they became adults, that could reduce expenses, that could create opportunities to build and protect assets, and then secondarily could improve health and improve educational attainment. And we always had the lens of disaggregating the information and looking at it through a lens of race. And so this is just one of many ways we could look at it, but here, if we look again at the persistence of intergenerational poverty, we can see how much more profound it is for families of color. And so we were asked to look for those upstream solutions that we talked about: prevention, aiding the transition, or addressing structures in our community. And we were also then asked to think regionally, because we think we can have a much greater impact if we're working across all the governments, evidence-based research, looking for short and particularly the longer term impact, and then developing policies that could be adopted or adapted by local governments. And so we formed a working group with all of the local governments and the Tucson Indian Center. We met monthly. We had many departments from both the city and the county involved throughout the process, who gave very important feedback to us. We brought in 2 researchers with expertise in poverty, Dr. Brian Mayer and Dr. Keith Bentley, who have been very, very important to the process, and they are online with us virtually, so if they need to step in and answer questions, they'll be able to do that. And we knew community input was very key to this, so we had over 180 meetings with really close to 800 people who were either in leadership positions, practitioners, or people with lived experience. We spoke to over 56 national and local experts who reviewed all of our policies and gave us critical input on that. And we met with commissions and councils to keep them up to date. So all of that feedback was very important. And as we know, we were looking for policies that fit our toolbox. Policies are frequently written, especially by national policy centers, for state and federal kinds of strategies, but we had to find ones that would really be appropriate. And we had 11 guiding principles that we interrogated each policy with that asked, is it hitting the right part of the community? Is it addressing and mitigating historic systemic inequalities? Are there unintended consequences? Things like that. And so we developed 13 policies in the area of education, critical family resources, and asset building and infrastructure. And then we developed 3 cross-policy strategies that we thought were so important, they sort of deserved the special category of a lens that we would look at across all the policies through. So I'm going to very briefly walk you through those so that we can turn over to Liz for talking about implementation and then time for questions. So in education, we had 2 policies, the one you already approved on early childhood education. And then the second one is really about opening pathways to post-secondary education that Councilmember Santa Cruz really referenced. And that has to do particularly around children's savings accounts. We have 2 on housing, again, the one that you approved previously, and then one that's looking on improving housing stability, and that has much more to do with the prevention of evictions and foreclosures, with increasing home ownership, reducing those energy costs and weatherization, and again, targeting those areas of revitalization. In health, we had 2. One was on increasing health coverage, and also not just as importance that it has around health, but also in reducing medical debt, which is the #1 cause for bankruptcy in the country, and reducing unintended pregnancies, which had some very profound research on its impact on economic stability and mobility. And then we had, of course, the digital inclusion, since we know that is such a key area that really talks about not just accessing broadband, but also being able to access the devices, being able to afford the internet, and digital literacy, which really cuts across from, K-12 education all the way into the workforce. And then prioritizing workforce development for underserved populations. And what was key there is saying that, 1, we need to target those areas and those families who traditionally are left out of those career pathways to family sufficiency wages and jobs. And by doing so, adding some additional components to the way we often do our workforce development that has been found successful in a number of programs that has to do with more intensive case management, more supportive services, more employer learning opportunities. And then in the asset building area, we have a policy on improving financial capability, both for families and for small businesses. Supporting small businesses, which we know is really important, but particularly for those owned by people of color and women-owned businesses and those operating in high-poverty areas. The transportation policy is really looking at how do we connect those parts of our community that are low income, as well as addressing things like reducing travel times, traffic injuries, transportation costs, and pollution. And then this really ties into your current focus on wages. So this is on improving job quality for low-income workers. It has to do with wages and benefits particularly, and the things that government can do in this area. All right. And then our final but probably most important policy is on neighborhood reinvestment, about improving the quality of life and opportunity in these high poverty areas. And so we're really looking at both the physical and the social infrastructure, improving access to resources, preventing displacement, and we had a lot of conversation on that, and looking at the research that would guide us on that, reducing the exposure to violence and crime, building community wealth in these high poverty areas. And this was really, we really did spend a lot of time on this, and I really want to thank the city's Housing and Community Development Department for leading in this area. And what we found is probably not surprising, but the research is clear that neighborhoods have causal effects on the long-term impacts for children. Now, exactly what that combination is still something that's unclear, but we know that there's a combination of things are important, and so we recommend a number of different things, including using the Child Opportunity Index and its 29 indicators as a way to kind of prioritize within neighborhoods what should lead as the area for improvement. And then our cross-policy strategies are really taking a two-generation or whole family approach. You know, so if this is a policy that primarily affects adults, like workforce development, we're also thinking about their children and early childhood development and vice versa. Addressing, of course, climate resilience and environmental justice, that's going to, I think, become an increasingly important area. And then prevention and reduction of crime, and particularly as it impacts children and youth. And the research was also very clear that if we treat these policies as standalone, we don't have nearly the same impact as if we see we accept them as a bundle, but if we also see how they intersect and continue to see them as in sort of that holistic way. And so the Harvard's Opportunity Insights was one of the places where we drew a lot of research from, and Raj Chetty, who's a well-known professor of economics. And just to reinforce the findings that they had, I mean, often we think that poverty reduction really is something that has to be handled at a state or federal level. But their research was very clear that there's a lot that can be done at the local level, particularly when we think of place-based solutions and we focus on economic growth rather than just sort of on individual behavior change. So all of these policies sort of have that frame to it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz.
Thank you, Bonnie, and Honorable Mayor and council members. Just to reiterate, this is really a strategic framework on how to approach the work that we do as a city and all of our operations. So one of the things we know it will help guide decisions, help us align our resources and coordination, and also provide as a guide for grant opportunities, whether it's us seeking out grant opportunities or us giving out grant opportunities to our nonprofit community, and also identifying what other strategies are we missing. And so this will be a guiding document. One of the things that we found really interesting is how much this plan also connects to Plan Tucson, and there's a lot of overlap. We can see just in how many of the Plan Tucson matches and aligns with what's in the Prosperity Initiative plan. Talking about next steps, I think it's really valuable, the work that has happened up to this point, and to say there is continued work that needs to happen. One of those is scanning, analyzing, and realigning city operations, our programming, our policies that we have in place. How does this now line up? Should this be adopted? And then also collaborating with the Equity Office. They have been very much involved, and we want to continue to keep the Equity Office involved going forward. And finally, the collaboration we've had with the county that has already been discussed, but we definitely know that this needs to continue in the next phase of this project. I do think it's worth notating where, Mayor, you mentioned, there's a lot of work that we're way ahead on some of these areas. And so I just wanted to highlight a few of those areas. We talked about the Housing Affordability Strategy Plan, the Choice Neighborhoods Grant that we received, the $50 million grant. A lot of the programming that we're going to be doing very much connects to this Prosperity Initiative. When we talk about early childhood education and post-secondary, the digital inclusion, the housing mobility, and also prioritizing workforce development. There's a lot of components of the Choice Grant that incorporates these policies. If we look in other parts of the city, our business navigators and how they're really providing technical assistance to small businesses, helping them with things like loan applications. The Move Tucson plan and our Complete Streets policies are both focused on prioritizing safe and affordable transportation options. That there's a policy very specific to transportation. And then again, I already mentioned Plan Tucson. The one I didn't mention, P&I, our Place Network investigations about reducing crime, that is also a great connector and connection to this. Our continued participation as a regional approach, we're going to continue working as a work group. There's some exciting next steps, but we also will continue to encourage partnerships with our other tribal organizations and community members.
Go backwards.
Yes. Let's go
I
back.
think it skipped there.
Oh, there, thank you. I apologize, because this one is really important in part of our next steps, which I'm going to ask Bonnie, if you would mind.
Sure. So we know that we're going to have to measure impact. We're going to have to know, are we moving the needle? And that's a complex question, that's about individual policies, but also just sort of the whole picture. So we've been accepted along with 26 other cities and counties with Urban Institute's Mobility Action Learning Network. And so we are partnering with city and county taking the lead, but then we have the Southwest Institute for Research on Women, United Way, Tucson Indian Center, and the Social Venture Partners serve as our core team on this. And we'll kick off with a convening in a couple weeks in DC. And we have chosen the Measuring Impact track. So we'll be getting a year's worth of technical assistance from national experts, as well as learning from these peer communities. So we're very excited about that. The University of Arizona has offered to work with us to increase our access to faculty and students for research. And we know we already have things in place. We have the university's map dashboard. The city has a number of ways, and I'm excited to see that opportunity map that's part of HAST. Cradle to Career has some mapping. So we're really going to be working on what is it that we need to be measuring to show impact over time.
And finally, we also know that this is not just a city, county, or other jurisdictions. It's also a multi-sector issue. And so how do we bring in business community, our nonprofits, the faith-based, and philanthropy into this? And so we do plan to continue to report to mayor and council at least annually, and with the plan of updating this plan every 2 years. And so thanks again to Bonnie Bazada, to Nicole Five, to all the working group partners. We had many departments working on the working group. So just very pleased to share today the outcome, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morales and Ms. Basata, for your work. I love the cooperation that is happening, the partnerships that are happening with Pima County and the city of Tucson. I think only in this manner can we tackle very important issues that affect our community and the future of our children. So I'm really happy to be able to have this report and all of the work and evidence-based policy positions that you are recommending. Looking forward to continued work, and besides just the annual mayor and council report, it would be wonderful to be able to have entry points in between in terms of what policies we're working on with Pima County and what are we funding to continue expanding the investment that we're doing to tackle these root causes of poverty. Councilmember Santa Cruz, do you have a motion?
I do, and before that, I want to make sure sometimes we're doing such amazing work all the time, but where do people find it? How do they learn about it? So if we can be thinking about the ways that we make this accessible to community, also that they can nerd out with all the work that's happened. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that mayor and council adopt this full set of 13 policies detailed in the Prosperity Initiative report and direct staff to follow with the Phase 2 implementation recommendations, including aligning current city operations and investments to best implement the policies, develop metrics to measure impact, report annually to mayor and council on achievements and policy updates, and continue to engage in a regional approach with participating local governments and tribal partners.
Second.
I was thinking that.
There is a motion in a couple of seconds. Any further discussion, question, comments? Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Liz. I want to say I'm thrilled with all these programs and with the deep collaboration and the integration of this. The Prosperity Initiative, we have to vote for it. There's so much good stuff in here. One comment in regards to the Policy 6, increase access to affordable, high-quality childcare. The kids are our future. That's really important. The PEEPS program has been this great collaboration with mostly the county doing it, with the city supporting it. Oh, there's supporters in the back. I just want to say that I'm a huge fan. I've visited the sites. Kids and families are getting support at such a critical stage of the kids' development, and we'll continue to advocate for on-the-ground programs like this and all the other good stuff we're doing. Thanks to staff and for doing all this hard work. Glad to support this motion.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Kozaczek?
I just think it's a great example of how we're better together and how the regionalism can work when each entity respects the other people's skill sets and what they bring to the table. In as much as most of the participants in this are PAG representatives, it would be great to see PAG embrace this as well, because some of the initiatives that are incorporated in this are things that really they could help support financially as well. So, that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Alrighty. I think that continued community engagement in all sectors, both business community and school districts and healthcare providers. I'm thinking like a Rio Clinic and others that provide healthcare services must remain engaged with this process, because the more aligned our community is, the more effective this initiative is. So thank you so much, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this to us and making it happen, along with Board of Supervisors Chair Adelita Grijalva. I know that you worked hand in hand with her office on this. So thank you for the work. Really looking forward to it. And with that, I'd like to ask or call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Morales, Ms. Bosata. Great job. Thank you.
There's some fans out there. You don't often get study session fans.
Alrighty, so we are going to move on to the next item, item 9. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update on national legislation and regional committees. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I know there were some questions from Ward 5 that we turned over to Tracy Tucker, our lobbyist in DC, who provided some information that was distributed. We are available, happy to answer questions. Starting next meeting, because the session, the legislative session is now basically started, kicked off, we will have Kathy Sensman available by Teams to provide input and feedback to the council on anything that's hot and pressing for the day. That will, again, be an option for us to get real-time information from the Capitol. Thank you, Mayor. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. It's really important because as session has commenced, committee assignments have been made and legislators are dropping their bills. And so it moves fast and furious. And there's hundreds of bills that get dropped in the first, second week of session. So the legislative priorities for the city of Tucson have been provided to our state legislative delegation, both to our state legislators, but also our congressional leaders in Washington. So we really do have to have our eyes and ears to the ground and make sure that we're taking positions on bills as we used to do when we used to have Andrew Greenhill, our IGR director. So with that, I would like to make sure that I encourage you, Mr. Ortega, that we move on that particular job opening. It's a very important one. It affects us greatly. And so hopefully we see that position advance. Also, I'd like to congratulate Governor Katie Hobbs on delivering her State of the State address to the state legislature yesterday at their opening day. I'd like to recognize and thank in advance our local state legislators, both in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. We appreciate their work, and they are asking us, they really care about what mayor and council positions are, how we stand on bills, and I've received even, the last week, received text messages from House and Senate legislators to say, hey, are we going to do our annual gathering to talk about the legislative session. So hopefully, we can set something up like we usually do. I'll let you know when that gathering is. We usually do either brunch or lunch with state legislators, usually on a Friday when they come back from Phoenix to talk about our agenda. So that's my report for this item. Any questions, input, feedback as of now? Alrighty, we move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, hearing none, study session is adjourned. What time is it right now? What is it? 4:30. Alrighty, so the regular session begins at 5:30 p.m. The next study session will be Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Thank you all so much. Great work. Meeting is now in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Absent excused.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Here, for the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically through through Microsoft Teams. Item 2,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and Proclamation.
the invocation will be given by Pastor Javi Martinez of the Tucson Baptist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
God, creator and sustainer of life, we thank you for allowing us to be able to join here tonight. God, I just ask for your blessing over this meeting. Be with each council member and our mayor here tonight, Lord, and each one of the members that have joined, whether it's via live stream and over the internet or here in person. And God, I ask for each thing that will be talked about tonight, Lord, for your hand over it. We ask this all in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Martinez, for gracing us with your presence. Item 2C,
Proclamation.
I would like to proclaim January 15th, 2024 to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Tucson. And with us to receive the proclamation are Doris Snowden and Donna Liggins with the NAACP.
Happy New Year.
All righty. Thank you so much for coming. I look forward to this every single year because it's such a special time and such an important recognition of our national holiday, recognizing an icon in not just our country, but our world. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read a proclamation. Whereas Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. And whereas his efforts to achieve the blessings of liberty in social, political, and economic arenas for all, regardless of race, religion, or creed, were and are supported by all who love freedom. And whereas millions of Americans have been inspired by the life and work of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to serve their neighbors and communities on the King holiday. And whereas serving on the King holiday is an appropriate way to honor Dr. King, meet local and national needs, bring people together, and strengthen our communities. And whereas King Day projects are being organized by a committee of nonprofits, community organizations, and entities, including American Red Cross of Southern Arizona Chapter, Arizona Serve, Corporation for National and Community Service, Girl Scouts of Southern Arizona, Prescott College, Service for Peace, and Tucson Service Learning Group. And whereas residents of Tucson have an opportunity to participate in events throughout our city on the King Day of Service, January 15th, 2024, as well as support ongoing volunteer needs and commit to meaningful service throughout the year. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim January 15th, 2024 to be Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in this community and call upon the residents of Tucson to pay tribute to the life and works of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. through participation in community service projects on Martin Luther King Day and throughout the year. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 9th day of January 2024. Congratulations. Thank you all so much for your work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 12 dated January 9th is received into and made part of the record. I need a motion to approve the reappointments of Susan Aiken, Ilya Sloan, and Christopher Doman to the El Presidio Historic Advisory Board, Helen Erickson and Maurice Roberts to the Armory Park Historic Advisory Board, Rick McDonald and Damon Turner to the West University Historic Zone Advisory Board, Paulo De Lorenzo and Philip Nair to the Barrio Histórico Historic Zone Advisory Board, Lydia Aranda, Monica Dubnik, and Matthew Nelson to the Self-Insured Health Benefits Trust, Ali Matthews to the Self-Insured Risk Trust Fund, and Linda Sutherland to the Armory Park Historic Advisory Board.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank all of you for your willingness to serve our city. Any discussions on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 1, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Yes?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, we'll start with you, Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll move on to Ward 6.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm asking for prayers for Byron Howard. He's done a lot for our city as a council aide and with policy formation and economic development. Byron coined the phrase Renaissance of Ward 5 in the South Side and helped with several economic development projects in Ward 5 and others across our city. Byron is facing medical challenges right now, and I want to extend my thoughts and prayers to him and for his recovery and to share and to thank his dear wife, Fan Rodriguez, during this time. Keep him in your prayers, folks. Pueblo Guardian Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast Committee will be marking Martin Luther King Jr.'s for the breakfast Saturday, January 13th. And to congratulate James Christopher and the Breakfast Committee for their success in being the only neighborhood in the city who holds an annual event to recognize the work and legacy of Dr. King. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for doing the proclamation. I want to congratulate James Christopher and the Breakfast Committee for their success in being the only neighborhood in the city. Also on Saturday, January 13th, the Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association will be holding a ribbon cutting for the new solar street lights. Congratulations to Cindy Ayala, the president of Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood, the board and neighborhoods for their work. The solar streetlights, a wonderful beacon of light for the community. I also want to thank Cindy Ayala for her 20 years of service to the Public Garden Neighborhood Association, the president. Cindy is stepping down as president of Public Gardens. I want to congratulate her. Also keep her in your prayers as she's going through some medical challenges also. 2024 City of Tucson Ward 5 calendar is out. I want to thank the students, teachers, and schools who took part and put together artwork together for consideration here are the winners of 2024. Reina Prado, 5th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. January Clarence Omar Harper, 5th grade, Carrillo K-5, Communicating Creation Art Magnet School. February, Lanica Rodriguez, 7th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. March, Ariana Camacho, 6th grade, Alvaro Elementary School. April, Emery Escalante, 5th grade, Carrillo K-5, Communicating Creative Art Magnet School. May, Emiliano Valenzuela, 4th grade, Carrillo K-5, Creative Arts Magnet School. June, Genesis Godino, 5th grade, Santa Clara Elementary School. July, Quetzala Vasquez, 8th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. August, Yasmin Macias, 8th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. September, Isabel De Luna, 5th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. October, Maria Jose Andrade, 4th grade, Southside Community School. November, Emiliano Carson, 5th grade, Gallego K-5 Communication and Creative Art. December 9th, Maria Williams, 5th grade, Alvaro Elementary School and back cover. Marla Hernandez, 7th grade, Gallego Intermediate Fine Arts School. Drivers will also be getting calendars once, as was done last year. I also want to thank our city manager, our mayor, Regina Romero, our city manager, Mike Ortega, Police Chief Chad Kazmar, and Fire Chief Chuck Ryan to join me in placing the city letter into the calendar. I also want to thank the mayor, the manager for their sponsorship again. You guys do a terrific job. Thank you. God bless you. And you get your calendars soon. Take care. That's all I got, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kozachik? Councilwoman Lee? Nope. Vice Mayor Dahl? All righty. And Councilmember Santa Cruz?
All right, awesome. On Saturday, January 13th at 8 a.m., the American Red Cross is having a Sound the Alarm event at 5900 South 12th Avenue. This event is a family day. It's a family day spent installing smoke alarms with performances by Los Diablitos from Sunnyside High School, mariachi, pastries from La Estrella Bakery, and then wrapping up the event with Sonoran hot dogs from El Sinaloense. Always looking for volunteers to help us put these life-saving measures in place. The second event we have on Saturday, January 13th at 3 p.m. is Tucson Clean and Beautiful is having a river run cleanup at Irvington Road between 1st Avenue and 12th Street. And then on Sunday, January 14th at 9 a.m., the public is invited to join us for our second Sunday ride out of the Ward 1 office located at 940 West Alameda Street. This is our second Sunday ride, our Bicis and Burros ride that we do in partnership with Fuga. These rides serve to increase pedestrian and bicycle safety and promote mobility justice throughout the South and the West Sides, and we hope to see folks there. On Saturday, January 20th at 9 a.m., Sonoran Institute is having a river cleanup and wildflower party as one of the recipients of Ward 1's Budget de la Gente participatory budgeting. We will be meeting and gathering at 902 South Verdugo Avenue. This event will gather to remove 2,000 pounds of trash and spread wildflower seeds. There will be food trucks, DJ, crafts for kids, and a live reading by Logan Phillips. And then finally, on Sunday, January 21st at 9 a.m., Tucson Clean and Beautiful is having an adoption ceremony and wash cleanup on the northwest side of Menlo Park. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just wanted to reiterate, based on the proclamation that we gave today, that we celebrate throughout this weekend the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The Reverend Dr. King was an example to all of us, not just in this country, but throughout the world, and inspired movement and action. He inspired my heroes, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, in his nonviolent movement. He inspired my parents, which introduced me to a life of public service and gave me a roadmap to fight for equality, for working families, for access to quality education, and so much more. Dr. King's legacy, as we heard from his daughter Bernice in Tucson last year, is something that inspired a movement in so many people, like everything else. It took so many people to be able to change the status quo of what we had in this country and throughout the world. So I want to invite our community to come out and participate in the different celebrations this year. There's going to be a spiritual service, a march, and festival. The MLK service will take place on Friday, January 12th at Rising Star Baptist Church, located at 2800 East 36th Street at 7 p.m. On Monday, January 15th, there will be a celebration with a march to Reed Park. The march will begin from MLK Way and 36th Street, ending at Reed Park at 900 South Alvernon Way, where we will gather at the Outdoor Performance Center to enjoy free food, live performances, and spoken word, and just community unity. Thank you, everyone in our community who has organized this gathering. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 3, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Just wanted to let you know about a few grants that we've received recently. The first, Mayor, I believed you had mentioned during the study session, $4 million grant from the Arizona Department of Housing. Very excited about that. That really is something that is, again, testament to the leadership in terms of the approach, but also the boots on the ground actually getting the applications in. We've also received 4 grants for the police department to assist with traffic and DUI enforcement. So we're working that. We're very excited about that opportunity. We do have a great relationship with the Arizona Department of Highway Safety. Councilmember Fimbres used to be actually the director of that group, so we're very excited about that as well. So, Mayor, we've got a lot of work to do in terms of implementation, but we're very confident in terms of what that can mean for the community as a whole. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications, Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 4, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for a new license and 6 special event applications. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 and 5C 1 through 6 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I'd move that we move all these items together with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All righty. Motion carries, and there's no items to consider separately. All righty. That's cool. Very good. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So I have a very big pile of people that want to speak, and we usually are scheduled for 30 minutes. So if you hear any individuals that have already said what you wanted to say, please shorten your statement so that we can allow as many speakers to speak. Our first speaker is Alexandria Rose. Go to the other microphone, please. There you go.
Hello, my name is Alexandria Rose, and I was there this December at the Long Beach City Council, where Long Beach became the largest city in California to officially adopt a pro-ceasefire stance. This victory in Long Beach will be one of the first of many across this nation, as time continues to reveal the truth, despite human tendencies to evade, cloud, and deny it. And now I'm here asking the city of Tucson, are we ready to be on the right side of history? Are we ready to stop perpetuating human cycles of violence that have existed since the dawn of our species? Are we ready to step into light and peace, or do we take comfort and refuge in the familiarity of a violent past? This is a fight for the evolution of humanity. This is a fight for transcendence into ways of peace, into ways of brotherhood, into ways of the universal value of human life. This is a fight to end cycles of oppression, of entrenched colonialism and patriarchy. Do we want to live in a world where corrupt militaristic world powers can shut down the most powerful humanitarian organizations on the face of this planet? Do we want to live in a world where universal and post-nationalist consciousness is stymied? Do we want to live in a world where a voice for peace is silenced, gaslighted, and painted as brutality? This is not a fight between the children of light and the children of darkness, as Netanyahu claims. Let's take a closer look at Netanyahu's words, as he claims one side is of the light and the other is of the darkness. His words reek of us versus them mentality, of punitive and hierarchical ideology, and it's not a surprising statement coming from the warmongering leader of a right-wing fascist ethno-state government. The best of the nation of Israel is not represented by right-wing Zionist fascism. The best of the nation of Israel is represented by those Israelis who stand with Palestine, who defend the civilians of Palestine, who see the face of humanity in the citizens of Gaza. Those who stand with Jewish Voice for Peace and don't just want peace and prosperity for themselves, but for their human brothers and neighbors in Gaza. Those who are led by the best of their nature and not by the worst. I'm asking the City Council and the people of Tucson today, be on the right side of history. End these cycles of vengeance and violence. Help us to transcend our basest instincts to stop stoking fires of aggression, take us into a better and more universal humanity, and not into the death and cycles of endedness of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Meredith Edwards. Meredith Edwards.
My name is Meredith. I do live in Tucson, and I'm here today representing myself. I'm here today to speak to the absolute necessity of a ceasefire in Gaza and Palestine and asking that Tucson be the next city to make that resolution. I moved here in March of last year after nearly a decade of hearing this city call to make it my home. It has been because of you, the people of Tucson, that I have flourished and grown in a way that I was never able to do before. And that's why I'm asking you today to be on the right side of history and to stand with the increasing numbers of cities across the United States who are calling for a ceasefire of the genocide of thousands of innocent people. I believe in this city and the people here, and I believe that Tucson is a magical place full of love, creativity, and diversity. And because of that, it is only right that we stand up every day and speak to this atrocity, that we make sure others know how important it is to use our voices in whatever capacity we are able to shed light on the truth of what is happening in our world. Humans need each other, and too often we are forced apart with divides we didn't even create, brewing anger and hostility in spaces that once were beautiful. It breaks my heart to see us split into pieces slowly and painfully. I know we all feel it, that space inside of us that grows dimmer and dimmer every day. I know that we all want to fix it, and that deep down we know this is not how we were supposed to exist on this planet or in relationship with each other. And so that is why I came here today to implore the people of Tucson to be the best versions of themselves, so we might right this wrong, this terror that is happening to our neighbors, no matter how many millions of streets over they may live. It is going to be difficult to be courageous. It is going to take every ounce of strength that we have to demand better, to demand that our city recognizes the truth of humanity, that we all deserve the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, regardless of our skin color or geographical location. If we do not fight for each other, who will fight for us when our time comes? The noise from every angle is loud. The propaganda is brilliant. The leaders of the world lie. But I know that somewhere in that space where we only speak to our deepest secrets and fears in the dark of night, we know what we have to do. The question is, are we brave enough? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Isabel Garcia. Isabel Garcia.
Good evening. I've got to take my granddaughters home soon, so thank you for allowing us to speak here. I'm a fifth-generation Tucsonan, actually dispossessed from our property not too far from here, my great-grandmother. But I'm here today to urge and demand that this city take a stand. People talk about whether we can have any impact. We have an impact by speaking out, and Tucson must be on the map of speaking out for the rights of all human beings, and that means the Palestinian lives that have been taken criminally. About 30,000 Palestinians if we count the people under the rubble. We blame them for their own death. You know, 2 years ago, border rights activists such as myself, immigration rights activists, had a conference with Palestinian rights activists. All the walls must fall. And we connected that from Mexico to Palestine, all the walls must fall. The international community has spoken out loud and clear. We call Russia an international criminal, but we don't call Israel an international criminal? People don't even know that Israel's been taken to criminal court. They don't know that they've illegally constructed walls. They don't know that they've illegally created settlements and killed people left and right, a lot like our Border Patrol has historically on our land as well. Elbit Towers come from Israel. Our connections are deep. And they're not only deep in the technological and political power world, but I'm telling you, they're deep from us. Because I stand with the Palestinian people just as the Palestinian people would stand with us, and we demand a ceasefire now.
Michael Guyman. Michael Guyman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. Happy New Year. Mayor Romero, council members. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to item 15. City of Tucson establishing prevailing wage requirements for City of Tucson public work projects. The Tucson Metro Chamber's membership includes companies in a variety of industries, but like many of them and many organizations representing business and industry who would be affected by this decision, we were not consulted before or after the study session on December 12th, and were not provided the opportunity to bring these stakeholders together to assess the substance and impacts of this ordinance. I'm speaking on an issue that truly deserves a public hearing, not called to the audience. I'm speaking on an issue that, at the very least, warrants a conversation with companies that will be required to enact these new regulations. I'm speaking on an issue that has so many unanswered questions that relate to how this affects future projects such as RTA, infrastructure, utilities, and city finances. We are all here to develop and support projects and programs that lead to the economic strength and vitality of our city and region. I truly believe that. The comprehensive economic development strategy adopted by Mayor and Council speaks to the strategic and inclusive local engagement and states, quote, Tucson must collaborate with new and existing partners to achieve economic development goals. Developing and maintaining strong relationships with identified private sector partners is key, end quote. This issue is an economic development issue as it may affect companies looking to respond to City of Tucson RFPs. It may affect companies, our region's ability to retain or attract companies because, as I've experienced in many site selector and industry-specific conversations, companies examine policies and regulations that affect the company's bottom line. Unfortunately, I have to keep using the word may since these conversations to uncover how this ordinance will affect small, medium, and large businesses did not happen. Similar to the SEDS I mentioned earlier, the city has an ethic of strategic stakeholder involvement. This was experienced with efforts such as One Water 2100 and Plan Tucson. I keep hearing and reading in these various plans how discussions with affected parties and community members lead to more comprehensive and impactful plans and ordinances. A similar thorough process on this issue was not done during the December 12th study session, nor was it possible after the public was able to see the draft ordinance for the first time last Thursday. With a litany of questions posed by the chamber, trade organizations, and local companies related to the budgetary effect to the city, the employer protections that exist in similar ordinances but are not found in this one, and the ultimate impact to the taxpayer, amongst many others that remained unanswered.
Please
the mayor and
come to a
council should
conclusion.
not
Everyone,
support
please.
the proposed prevailing ordinance.
Please be respectful. Alrighty, your
Thank
time
you.
is up,
Yes, I
Mr.
know.
Guyman. Thank you so much. I ask everyone to, when everyone's speaking, please be respectful of their time. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak to us, so be respectful. Mr. Israel Torres.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. First, thank you for leading and hearing this matter. Prevailing wage, item number 15, is a matter of critical importance. I represent the Arizona Building and Construction Trade Workers, represented them for over almost 20 years. On behalf of the over 15,000 workers in the state who are building our schools, building our fire stations, building our private facilities, we believe that prevailing wage and wages in general are a matter of public dignity. This is about workers. We believe that we build our economy from the bottom up and the inside out, not from the top down. We've got several amounts of data that show that. We know that, well, first of all, prevailing wage ordinances have been on the books for over 100 years. 1931 is when this was passed on the federal side. It is one of the oldest statutes in the book. It ensures that workers in Pima County get paid what, construction-wise, what they should is prevailing in Pima County. Not anywhere else. It doesn't matter if you're union or not. It just matters that you get paid what workers in Pima County get paid, not less. We think it's critically important that we require contractors to pay workers what prevails right here in Pima County. The Attorney General has finally settled the question whether cities have the right to set their own wages and benefits, and she has decided that matter, that cities do have that right. So on behalf of the 15,000 workers in the state, on behalf of the Arizona building trades, in the construction trades, we ask you to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Ken Ken Canegos, or Canegas, to Ken. All right.
This one? Good evening, council members and mayor. I wanted to speak to
Mr. Canegas, can you speak into the mic? Thank
okay,
you.
that'll be better. I wanted to speak to you today about your upcoming decision on supporting a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. I strongly believe that all of you are horrified by the mass killings continuing through bombing and the denial of necessities of life in Gaza. But some of you may be looking for a way to avoid supporting a resolution by the city. Although you know that that's what is right. You may be worried about divisions among your fellow council members and opposition of some people in Tucson on this issue. We are 6 days from the celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Let me remind you what Dr. King said about when to do things that may seem difficult, but you know are right. He said, time is always right to do the right thing. In other words, there is no wrong time to do the right thing. You may be thinking, why should the City and Council of Tucson take a stand? That stand by Tucson won't stop the war. Everyone knows that the Vietnam War came to an end in large part because of the outcry of the American people and people around the world. That outcry also was expressed through many organizations, including local governments. Each denunciation of the war fueled more denunciations. Being afraid to speak your lone voice is not enough. Is not enough. It shuts down the voice of others. How much longer does the slaughter continue with that message? Yes, make a statement for ceasefire may bring some trouble, but that's what's called good trouble.
Nancy, I think it's Benke? Nancy? I think so. Bender. Nancy Bender.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. So shifting again away from the global issues that we have heard about, I'm going to respectfully submit some issues that are happening locally. And again, they deal with public dignity. I purchased a burned out old warehouse downtown on an acre of land in 2008. And for 12 years, constructed what has become a city landmark with no marketing, no website. It has become an event center. And because of my location, I back up to downtown links and the city roadways. So again, this is dealing with public dignity. I have been subjected to a lack of oversight by the city over Department of Transportation. I submitted a packet, which I have one copy of. It was sent to city manager last summer. It was sent to Regina Romero last summer, and I have seen no evidence of my dismay and mistreatment that has been communicated in response to the complaints that I filed. So I have one copy, and I'm hoping that it gets submitted again so that it distributed to everybody. Basically, it's very detailed, and I don't need to go into everything, but I started this project before Downtown Links started their roadway projects. I was asked to do real estate trades with the Department of Transportation, so they had the land in order to create the roadways that have drastically improved our city. I was born here. My father started the Tucson Weekly and sold it before it was syndicated, so I am a Tucsonan. And I feel very strong about how progress can be positive, but we must protect the values and the dignities of our property owners. So when I heard that 7B, which is another roadway expansion, was going to be discussed tonight, I decided to come in, resubmit my documents so that everyone had a chance to read it. Basically, to be brief, the city constantly needed additional land and constantly asked me to sign construction easements. So they've taken half my parking lot. They have impacted my venue. I have had, last summer, I had several weddings in there.
Ms. Bender, your time has come to its conclusion, but we'll have someone from the city clerk take your letter to us.
Okay. It outlines fires that the city lit my building on fire, subjected me to homeless encampments, 4 burglaries in a row.
Ma'am, your time
I'm
is
done.
over. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Tally Ginsburg.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of Tucson City Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tali Ginsburg, and I am here as a Jewish resident of Tucson to ask you to introduce and pass a ceasefire resolution. I was raised in an Orthodox Jewish community. I was raised with stories of my family's own flight from persecution and anti-Semitism. I was also raised with a clear message that when we say never again, we mean never again for anyone. But as of this moment, since October 7th, over 22,000 Palestinians have been massacred in Gaza. That is 1 in 100 people. Millions more have been displaced, and the denial of food, water, and essential medical supplies have amounted to war crimes. Israel is currently being prosecuted by the International Court of Justice for genocide. I know it is easy to feel small and powerless in the face of these atrocities, but Tucson is one of the largest hubs of military infrastructure in this country, and that makes our voices critical. The economic incentives going to weapons manufacturers like Raytheon, not to mention the city's active contracts with contractors like G4S, implicate all of us within this chamber in the bombs raining down in Palestine. And it also gives all of us, and gives you on this council, the power, the opportunity, and the responsibility to do everything in our power to stop the genocide. I take hope in the knowledge that by speaking out against this genocide and the collective punishment of the people in Gaza, I am joining thousands upon thousands of Jews across this country, across the world, and right here in Tucson, who just like me don't look at the Palestinian people and see a threat, but see a people contending for life, freedom, and self-determination, just as we have. I am here to say that standing with Palestine and supporting a ceasefire is not anti-Semitic, but is in fact the deepest Jewish value. If October 7th showed me one thing, it is that Jewish safety will never come from walls, and that no Iron Dome, no bombing of hospitals, no apartheid, and certainly no genocide will ever bring peace. My safety as a Jew comes from knowing that when genocide happens, people will rise up to stop it and call on our elected leaders to do the same. I also know there are voices within the Jewish community who will tell you it is anti-Semitic to support a ceasefire. To them, I say this: young Jews statistically feel far more alienated from a state that perpetuates genocide in our name. The future of the Jewish community is not one of blind support for Israel. And we here in Tucson are building a community built on the pursuit of justice. We will be standing up for a ceasefire, and we will stand behind you when you join us and support it on the right side of history. Thank you for your time.
Leora Sapon Shevin, I believe it is. Leora Sapon Shevin.
Hello, Mayor Romero and City Council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and to address you. There is a passage from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves one life saves the entire world, and whoever destroys one life destroys the entire world." We are seeing the destruction of thousands of worlds right now in Gaza, with over 22,000 more injured and missing beneath the rubble. We are seeing schools, hospitals, mosques, homes reduced to rubble, entire extended families killed, crops destroyed, no access to clean drinking water and food, vital food, water, medical, humanitarian aid that the Israeli government only lets in through at a trickle or not at all. We also have the ability, the opportunity, and the obligation to save lives, to save worlds. For me, being Jewish means learning about what happened when people looked the other way during a genocide and making a promise that never again means never again for anyone, not just for Jews. I don't believe calling for a ceasefire, an end to violence, and an end to targeting civilians, an end to genocidal intent should be ever thought of as a controversial ask. Calling for a ceasefire does not create division, but exposes the seams of an unsustainable, and unjust system, one that will make neither Israelis nor Palestinians safer and will not make me feel any safer as a Jew living in the diaspora. Violence that drags on and on as US taxpayers provide Israel with billions of dollars of weapons to carry out these acts against humanity. We are not only complicit, but we are active participants in this genocide. Calling for a ceasefire is essential. Passing a ceasefire resolution is not an empty act, and it is not a meaningless act, but one that says to Palestinians in Palestine, around the world, here in Tucson, Palestinians that are here right now in this room, friends and neighbors and loved ones, that your death and your lives are important to us. We see you and you are not alone. We know that you are watching us and you deserve to live with safety and dignity. We want an end to the violence. We refuse to condone and fund this violence. And there can never be a just or lasting peace while this violent 75-year-old occupation continues. A ceasefire is our first and essential step in beginning this peace and reconciliation process. We will only be safe when Palestinians are safe, and we will only be safe when Palestine is free. Thank you for your time.
Jennifer Lorenstein, I believe it is.
Hi, and thank you for letting me speak. I represent Jewish Voices for Peace, and I'm here just to remind people why we need a ceasefire. After 95 days of nonstop bombardment, Israel is no closer to attaining its two primary goals than it was on the first day this assault began. Hamas has not been eliminated from Gaza and will not be, and over 140 Israeli hostages are still being held hostage. Israel's Operation Iron Swords is a genocidal war on the people of Gaza, supported by the overwhelming majority of Israeli citizens. Here are just a few reminders of what the Israeli leadership want. 1, Gaza should be made to look like Auschwitz, David Asulai. 2, Israel's goal is to make Gaza free of Arabs, Daniela Weiss, West Bank settlement mayor. For all residents of Gaza, there is but one sentence, and that is death. Yitzhak Kroger, Jewish National Front Party. Gaza should be wiped off the face of the earth. Simon Ricklin, Israeli journalist. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. Isaac Herzog, President of Israel. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. We will eliminate everything. No food, no water, no fuel, and no electricity. Everything will be shut off. Yoav Gallant, Israeli Defense Minister. There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. I mean destruction like what happened in Dresden and Hiroshima. Gaza should be razed and Israel's rule restored to the place. Moshe Feiglin, founder of the Sahud Party. We are now rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Avi Dichter, Israeli Agriculture Minister. Finish them off quickly and leave no memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals should no longer live. Ezra Yakin, Israeli Army Reservist. Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. Jorah Eiland, former head of Israel's National Security Council. Now go and smite Amalek, utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, slay man and woman, infant and suckling. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, quoting 1 Samuel 15:3. What is happening now in Gaza is not war, it is organized mass murder. And calling for a ceasefire is not controversial. Thank you.
Alan Benz. Alan Benz.
Good evening, members of Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Benz. I'm here today to comment on the statements of DTM staff made on December 12th to Mayor and Council regarding the stakeholder meetings. I attended all but one of the meetings. The process was flawed from the beginning and resulted in flawed results. Garbage in, garbage out. The direction from Mayor and Council was to create a group that included transit users, drivers and operators, and community members. This, in our view, did not happen. There were no representatives from PCOA, the disabled community, the indigenous, people of color, or low-income groups. This would seem to be in misalignment with the city's equity initiatives. Instead, there were multiple members at mid-level and executive levels of Pima College, UA, Pima County, and other agencies. Most of these had little or no transit experience. Input from most attendees was minimal. Facilitating city staff seemed to focus primarily on the Metro Transit Authority issue while giving short shrift to short-term and midterm items. Any concerns about creativity or the lack thereof falls directly at the feet of DTM facilitating staff. As I said in the beginning, the whole thing was flawed, poor planning, poor execution, poor results. The whole matter needs to be rebooted or turned over to another group like the Tucson Transit Advisory Committee. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Moeddin Abdulaziz.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for all you do to help keep Tucson such a great place to belong to. My name is Moeddin Abdulaziz. I am a Palestinian Arab American and have lived in Tucson for more than 45 years. I am a founder of the volunteer coordinator of the Arizona Palestine Solidarity Alliance. I am also an activist with community organizations such as the Derechos Humanos and Stop the Hate Collective. When South Africa was under apartheid, the United States was among the very few nations who refused to adopt sanctions against apartheid South Africa. In Tucson and other communities around our country, we refused to accept that. We founded here in Tucson a group called Tucsonans Against Apartheid and became part of an anti-apartheid movement that forced the Reagan administration to reverse its policies. And soon, as part of that, apartheid came down. Then we were supported by our city. We were supported by our city, and the city then sent, and that support mattered very much and contributed to the fall of apartheid. What you say and do matters. These are heartbreaking and traumatizing times for our communities. Our country, again, stands mostly alone in its support of the genocide going on in Gaza. People of conscience around the world are calling for an immediate ceasefire. They're reminding us that war and violence are not the answer. I appeal to your conscience to adopt a resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire.
Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. Your time has
Okay,
come to a
just the last
conclusion.
sentence. Please consider the draft resolution we shared with you. We're happy to continue the discussion with you to reach a resolution to stop the war and violence in Palestine.
Thank
you.
Brendan Lyons. And after this speaker, our next speaker is going to be the last speaker for a call to the audience.
Mayor Romero, members of the Tucson City Council, good evening and Happy New Year. I'm proud to stand before you this evening to speak to you once again in a new capacity. I now serve as Director of Government Affairs for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. This year marks our 70th anniversary, and we proudly serve the collective voice of over 300 members. I stand before you asking for consideration of Agenda Number 11, Resolution Number 23712, Notice of Intent to Increase Fees for Development Services. SABA acknowledges the ongoing efforts of the Planning and Development Services, and particularly in the implementation of the new permitting system. As mentioned in your Mayor and Council memorandum on November 28th, 2023, we are eager to participate in the public and stakeholder outreach related to this matter. I kindly encourage you to consider us when moving forward on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jessica Yoder. And this will be our last speaker.
Thank you.
We expanded it by 15 minutes. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Yoder. I live in Ward 4. I represent myself, and I also represent in a non-paid capacity Mennonite Action, which is a binational movement of Mennonites bonded by a common belief that we have a collective responsibility to use our voices as powerfully as possible for the cause of peace and justice. We are members of a historic peace church who are mobilizing fellow Mennonites and Anabaptists across the United States and Canada to use creative nonviolent actions to demand a ceasefire end the U.S. and Western-funded occupation of Palestine, and build for lasting peace. We're rooted in values that our cultural and spiritual ancestors passed down: peace, justice, community, mutual aid, and service. We know that these shared values fly higher than any nation's flag, and we refuse to turn a blind eye to violence and oppression, no matter who is perpetrating it, even and especially our own governments. We call on our American and Canadian political leaders to support an immediate ceasefire. And we're Mennonites across the United States and Canada in 40 different regions, thousands of us. On December 19th, we held prayer services at our senator and representatives' offices collectively all across the United States and Canada, pleading with our representatives to listen to the voices of people of conscience and take a stand. Our demand for a ceasefire is grounded in the common humanity and shared fate of Israelis and Palestinians. Our primary concern is to end the war and genocide in Gaza because a permanent ceasefire will protect millions of innocent people. A ceasefire will save lives and is the first step needed in our work to end the occupation of Palestine. A permanent ceasefire is just the beginning of a journey towards lasting peace between Palestinians and Israelis. All human beings deserve to live in peace and safety, free from apartheid, genocide, indiscriminate bombing, acts of terror, forced starvation, and forced displacement. Saying those things should not be divisive. Apartheid and genocide are divisive. Bombs that cause residential apartment towers to fall to the ground, killing members of families, separating them from the people they love, that's divisive. That's divisive. Not speaking up for justice is divisive. Let's honor Dr. King. Let's honor his legacy, and let's remember he preached against militarism. He preached for liberation for all of the children of God across the world, Palestinians, Jews, everyone. Ceasefire now.
Thank you, ma'am. For those that submitted a request to speak and did not, were not able to speak because of time limits, we will keep your cards for the next council meeting. Thank you so much. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for termination of the reconstruction for the Kolb and Valencia intersection project. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for transportation funding for the Valencia Road, Kolb Road to Houghton Road project. Item D is a grant agreement, application 1667-2023-1 for Federal Transit Administration, FTA, Section 5339C, Low or No Emission Grant Program. Item E is Tucson Police Federal Financial Assistance Sub-Award Agreement with the Department of Justice for the Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiate Grant. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, or do we have a
roll call?
Roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
I think you moved.
Absent excused.
Absent excused?
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. 5-0. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move item 15 because I know that there's plenty of people waiting for this item. Ms. Clerk, can you read the heading for item 15?
Item 15 is a discussion and direction establishing prevailing wage requirements for certain City of Tucson public works contracts, ordinance adoption, ordinance 12066.
City Manager's Communication Number 15, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12066 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12066, amending Chapter 28 of the Tucson City Code by enacting prevailing wage requirements for certain city public works construction contracts by adopting a new Article 15 of Chapter 28 Prevailing Wage, Tucson Code Sections 28-160 through 28-165, amending Tucson Code Section 28-100, setting an effective date and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Item 15, I'll open up this item. Prevailing wage, this conversation is not new. It has been happening for more than 3 years amongst mayor and council. We started exploring it and did have the concept of prevailing wage in front of the business community and others. At that time, SB 1487 prevented the mayor and council from moving through. There was an opinion requested from the Attorney General, and the Attorney General issued an opinion that prevailing wages are legal in Arizona, that cities and counties can choose to use prevailing wages. And here we are today. The conversation is not new. And I just want to point that earlier today, Mayor and Council, during our study session, had a conversation about housing affordability. It also had a conversation about prosperity for our families, and approved the prosperity initiative that Pima County had previously approved. That particular initiative is a comprehensive way at directing the poverty that prevails in Pima County and in the city of Tucson. And we, on the mayor and council for the last 4 years, have been putting together policy that is a comprehensive and holistic approach to not just dealing with the symptoms of poverty, but changing policy so that it eliminates poverty, and investment in historically underserved neighborhoods and infrastructure, investing in after-school and prevention opportunities for youth, investing in our equity office and housing affordability, investing in better wages for City of Tucson employees, supporting minimum wage increases for workers in the City of Tucson. All of these elements are not just popcorn issues. We don't look at it as all separately, but all layered approaches to prosperity for our working families in the City of Tucson. And prevailing wage is an important piece of the puzzle to continue working on the root causes, the root issues of poverty in our community. It's not just about creating jobs. It's about creating high-quality jobs that lift people out of poverty. That is what prevailing wages are. So I absolutely support this ordinance tonight. We just heard that the city of Phoenix passed their prevailing wage ordinance with very similar language that we are contemplating tonight. And I'm happy to let you all know that City of Phoenix and City of Tucson will be the first cities in Arizona to pass prevailing wages. Hopefully, right? We still need to vote. So just wanted to open up the item for our colleagues on the council to either ask questions or give us your opinion and feedback and move forward on this item. Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward. On principle, I completely support making sure that our workers, especially on our public projects, are paid a wage that is commensurate with other professionals in the local area. Mr. Rankin, I want to thank you for acknowledging the chamber's questions and concerns, and I just want you folks to know that if there are bumps along the way with implementation, I'm always going to be a resource to help us navigate this as we move forward and do something new and very important. So, Mayor, is it okay if I go ahead and make the motion now? Okay, so with that, I would like to move that we pass and adopt ordinance 10266.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I said it earlier when we were talking about the Prosperity Initiative and talking about how we're addressing poverty in our community and looking at the bigger picture, that the issue we have here is the overaccumulation of wealth by billionaires, and the fastest way to eliminate poverty is to redistribute that wealth. But in lieu of that, what we have control of, and I loved what Israel Torres said about that, we have to have an inside-out, bottom-up approach, and I think that what we have power and control over as a governing body is making sure that any public projects that we are putting out, that we're ensuring that our workers are being paid fairly, that we're preventing out-of-state contractors from swooping in and underbidding our local contractors, that we're creating a sustainable supply of building professionals by supporting the people that can continue to work locally while building their skills and improving in their career. I know that by us passing this ordinance, prevailing wage ordinance, we're likely to face legal challenges like you mentioned before, but regardless, it's the right thing to do, not only for our workers who do the difficult and often exhausting jobs of the building, the construction trades, but also for our working class families and the local economy. And as you noted earlier, it's part of our broader comprehensive strategy to improve the quality of life of everyone in the city of Tucson, and fits into the conversations around housing affordability and our prosperity initiative. So I'm happy to support.
Alrighty, any other discussion points? Councilmember Kozachik.
Question for the city manager. One other item that we talked about this afternoon was the RTA. Raised this issue last time as well. We have over $700 million in combination of roadway and safety element projects in the RTA. What is the plan for the city moving forward in respect to putting our projects forward to the RTA board and technical management committee, knowing that when this passes, it's going to increase the cost of our projects vis-a-vis surrounding jurisdictions?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik. So the process will be that once the list of projects and the categorical elements are finalized, and I'll use that term loosely, then each of the agencies will go back and do an analysis along with the RTA's consultant to assure the costs are accurate. That will give us an opportunity to engage at that level to make sure that if this action takes place, that we would incorporate that into those future numbers going forward.
And then I just wanted to add to that, many of the RTA projects are already federally funded. 22nd Street Bridge has a mixture of different funds, both federal, county, and RTA funds. So we are planning hopefully to continue applying for grants with the federal government, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act. It has billions of dollars available for infrastructure that hopefully we're planning to apply for. And as we all know, the Federal Davis-Bacon Act passed in 1931, so all federally funded projects already require prevailing wage. So that's something that, we should make sure that we are aggressively pursuing to bring in federal funds to the city of Tucson. Any other comments or input from my colleagues? All righty. So with that, there is a motion and a second. Let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12066 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you all so much. We're going back to item 8. Thank you all. Let's go on to it. All righty.
Item 8 is the development agreement with Capstone Collegiate Communities, Capstone relating to TP MOD 0723-021 Capstone Speedway Euclid mixed use. It's been continued from the meeting of December 12th, 2023, resolution number 23718.
City Manager's communication number 17 dated January 9th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23718 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23718 relating to development, approving a development agreement between the City of Tucson and Capstone Collegiate Communities, Capstone, to establish certain terms and conditions relating to Capstone's development and use of property at the southeast corner of Speedway Boulevard and Euclid Avenue.
What is the council's pleasure on this item?
And Honorable Mayor, before the motion and action on this item, just a quick explanation. There are 3 related items here. There's the development agreement, then there's the demolition and relocation plan with respect to the proposed development at this property. That's actually scheduled for a public hearing. And then there's the zoning item that's related to this as well. The development agreement item has to be addressed first because it's the one that would contractually commit the developer to certain elements and restrictions with respect to the development, most importantly, the inclusion of workforce housing and the commitment to an ongoing security plan for the development as it moves forward. As I mentioned in the Mayor and Council communication, legal considerations, there were a couple of language changes that we were working on even after the item went out. And we did come to resolution on some changes, so I'm just going to read those into the record very quickly. With respect to the development agreement itself, the title of the document will just be Development Agreement between City of Tucson and Capstone Collegiate Communities, LLC, an Alabama Limited Liability Company. There's no waiver, so we struck out the reference to waiver. In recital B, the first phrase will be revised to read, developer is the owner and or contingent owner of real property, et cetera. So that change will occur in that recital. And then there is a change in paragraph 3.1 where the previous language had inadvertently said site plan approved by the city council as part of the site plan application. That'll be changed to read just site plan approved by the city as part of the site plan application. Those are the only changes with respect to the development agreement itself. There are a couple of changes to the exhibits. First, Exhibit C, which is the workforce housing plan. We are inserting the name of the actual LLC as opposed to just the placeholder that was included in the document that was distributed with the agenda materials. And so in any place in these agreements or the exhibits, it'll identify the contracting party as Capstone Collegiate Communities, LLC, an Alabama Limited Liability Company. Also, in the introductory paragraph in Exhibit C, we struck the word approximately. That refers to how many of the units will be maintained as workforce units, and it will just read a total of 30 of the overall unit count. Finally, with respect to Exhibit C on page 2 at the top of in section 1, there's a paragraph about household size, and we struck the last phrase in the sentence so that the full section will simply read, this is a key component of the income qualifying process. Household size will be used to determine how many individuals will be residing in the unit, and the sentence will stop right there. Then finally, an Exhibit D, which is the security plan. We added some provisions to ensure additional safety measures with respect to the ongoing operation of the residential portions of the property. And so on page 9 of 13, a new subsection 7 has been added that reads as follows. Management/owner shall include as part of each lease a crime-free lease addendum, providing for immediate termination of the rental agreement for any of the reasons cited in section 33-1368A.2 of the Arizona Revised Statutes relating to actions that may constitute a material and irreparable breach of a tenant's lease, including but not limited to articulated criminal activity such as the unlawful discharge of a firearm. Then under that, on that same page, under section C1, relating to the management and owner's responsibility to provide on-site security personnel, we've revised it to include the requirement that security personnel be present from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. on each Friday and Saturday night throughout the duration of each semester. That is 9 p.m. Friday through 3 a.m. Saturday and 9 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. Sunday. And that this will, the requirement in the subsequent section will read, following the first 2 weeks of the fall and spring semesters. So it applies to both semesters, not just one. The managerial staff described in section 4B will serve as security personnel. That is the extent of the changes. So thank you for the opportunity to read those into the record.
Councilmember Kozachik?
Thank you, Mike. First of all, I want to acknowledge a guest who's flown in from Alabama. Davis, big University of Alabama fan. I want to welcome you. Thank you for making the trip in. Very timely. Finally, we are here. We've been working on this for going on 5 years. Throughout the process, we've said that the issue of historic houses has to be addressed simultaneously with the text amendment to the Main Gate District. And so we have 3 items, as the city attorney has mentioned. First, to approve a development agreement. That includes the several commitments to workforce housing. It includes the security plan that the city attorney just read into the record. It has a provision that makes our housing department whole for annual monitoring of eligibility requirements in the workforce housing, and discusses basic design of the site. So that's one. Secondly, we will be amending the Main Gate overlay text amendment that addresses heights and other conditions being requested. And finally, an item to move historic houses to a new site within the West University Historic District. It's important to note that we're also finalizing, or Capstone has finalized a community benefits agreement with West University that commits significant investment into sidewalks and ADA ramps within the neighborhood. And they're under contract with Joel Ireland, who owns 2 parcels within West University, to move and make sizable investments in the rehabilitation of the 5 historic houses. When this mayor and council approved the Main Gate District, 2016 or somewhere around there, we made a commitment to preserve the Euclid as a buffer between the student housing and the single-family residences on the west side of the street. Capstone initially asked for massing their project right up to the right-of-way. They were made to understand that the buffer was non-negotiable, and when I suggested reducing the scale on the buffer to include workforce housing, to their great credit, they did a redesign, and they did a couple of redesigns. And now we have 30 workforce housing units that Capstone has agreed to pay HCD, Housing Community Development, an appropriate fee to manage the eligibility process. And so the buffer is preserved. They've also stepped back the massing that was originally proposed for this corner of Speedway and Euclid. That is important because the massing at that corner will have a direct impact on the eventual design of the Goodman property that's kitty corner across the street on Speedway in Euclid. So I want to thank Capstone for working with us. I also want to thank Betsy and the West University leadership and residents for hanging in there throughout this process, and to Joel Ireland for being a part of the solution. So, Mr. Rankin, first of all, I would like to invite Capstone's representatives up and Betsy to come up, or whomever, to kind of make a few comments about the process. So come on up. And while you're doing that, I'll have the city manager confirm that our appropriate process is first to approve the development agreement, then the text amendment, and then the demolition permit. None of which is in force and effect until all three are approved, though, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Sir.
Thank you. Mayor Romero, council members, for your records, my name is Michael Merowitz with the law firm of Snell and Wilmer at 1 East Washington Street in Phoenix, and I'm here on behalf of Capstone, who of course is the developer of this project. I'm going to keep this very short. As Councilmember Kozaczek noted, we started this process with Capstone over 5 years ago now, and throughout this process, there's been a lot of hard work. But we certainly wouldn't be here without the efforts from others. And in particular, I want to thank Councilmember Kozaczek. It's his leadership and his guidance, which is a reason why we're here in front of you today with a development project that we're very proud of to request your approval. I also, of course, want to thank your staff for this hard work over these last 5+ years, and then also the representatives from the West University Neighborhood Association for their involvement in this process, which has led, again, to a project that we're very proud of to request your approval of. And so with that, we do respectfully request your approval of items 8, 9, and 10, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Davis, you want to speak? Betsy, come on up.
Mayor, council members, staff. As Councilman said, my name is Davis Maxwell, and I'm with Capstone from Birmingham. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, the countless hours that we've collectively spent on this project. I want to recognize WUNA, their leadership, Betsy Larson, who's the current president, Jim Glock, Rick O'Donnell, as well as past president Judy Sensei. You know, we've been working on this project since I believe June of 2018, and it's been a collaborative effort. And it's been a fun development to work on, and I just want to thank everybody for their time. But Councilman, I really do appreciate the Michigan joke, but I couldn't come all the way from Alabama without presenting you with a Roll Tide sweatshirt. So
Yeah,
if I could,
Well done, well done.
And I would just say the tide got rolled. Betsy, come on up. And Judy, if you want to say a few words, okay.
But thank you.
Thank you, Steve Kozaczek. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and our Tucson neighbors here today. My name is Betsy Larson, and I am here on behalf of the West University Neighborhood Association. Our boundary extends from Stone to Park, Speedway to 6th Street. This includes all of the Main Gate Overlay District. We do not come to this meeting lightly. Our neighborhood has faced increased pressures as Tucson learns the balancing act of responsible growth. Much of our neighborhood volunteer work involves creating solutions to our neighborhood's stressed infrastructure. Large-scale student housing has been and will continue to be a challenge for neighborhoods. We stand in solidarity with the other neighborhoods and nonprofit groups that are working tirelessly to save the character of our communities. We are pleased to report that for the last 5 years, Capstone has demonstrated a willingness to work with neighbors and has made good faith efforts to find compromise. The project before you is in part the result of years of hard work between Capstone and neighborhood volunteers. We hope the process and the result of this Capstone project will serve as an example, elevating Tucson expectations for developers that wish to build and profit from our community. We look forward to working with Capstone as the project progresses. We have lots of work to do, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
First, I would like to make a motion that we approve the proposed development agreement.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would like to add a couple of words to this conversation. First, pretty classy to bring a tied shirt, and Steve, we expect to see it next council meeting.
Hold in here, so yeah.
But I just wanted to thank Woona neighborhood represented tonight by Betsy Larson, and Capstone represented tonight by the entire Capstone group, but Davis Maxwell and I think it's Mercy Marowitz and Michael Marowitz. Thank you so much for working with our residents, and most especially want to thank Councilmember Kozaczek that has been working diligently with an attitude of yes, in terms of yes, we can preserve historic structures within Woona. Yes, we can do additional infill development within our city. And yes, we can and should do right by the West University Neighborhood Association. So I wanted to thank everyone for their work and their hundreds of hours and years of trying to get us to this space that we are in tonight. I'm really happy to hear that there's going to be affordable housing or workforce housing embedded into this project. Happy to see that, and happy to see that it's going to be also in a space where the design that we all can be proud of. So good work, Councilmember Kozaczek, neighborhood representatives, and Capstone for keeping at it and finding a solution to create this. I'm hoping it will be a wonderful addition to our community. So any others want to add to this item? Hearing none, we need to go to a roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23718 passes by a vote of 6-0. We're going on to item 9.
Public hearing, demolition and relocation plan, historic preservation zone review, HR 1, HR 2, and HR 3 zones, West University Historic Preservation Zone, continued from the meeting of December 12th, 2023, resolution number 23717.
City Manager's Communication Number 14, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a plan to relocate 5 historic structures and demolish 1 historic structure in the West University Historic Preservation Zone in the Main Gate Urban Overlay District. The applicant is proposing to replace the historic structures with a multi-story student and workforce housing project that may include some retail uses. The applicant is also proposing to rehabilitate 2 historic structures that are to remain on the site. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether you are a paid speaker. Are there any speakers for this public hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Our first speaker will be Greg Stoner.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Greg
Can you use
Stoner.
the tall mic, please? The tall mic?
Tall one, there we go.
There you go.
That's much better. Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Greg Stoner. I am a Tucson resident, and I'm representing myself. Really quickly, I'm just in favor of item 9. I hope you get your yes vote. I own and live in a home on Second Avenue. I'm right across the street from this project. So I'm really looking forward to having some additional historic homes in my neighborhood and to keep on and continue to keep preserving the historic nature of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoner. Ford Burkhart.
Yes, I am Ford Burkhart, and I've lived almost 80 years on Second Avenue, right next to the Capstone project site. I support this effort to save historic character of this stretch of Second Avenue. In 1946, I, as a little 4-year-old kid, admired the Edwards House with its fish pond and its elegant Mediterranean balusters. Now the Capstone will complement our historic homes, now gracing our main gate neighborhood, in which we take such great pride. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carolyn Natehammer.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Needhammer. I'm a resident of Tucson. More particularly, I am a resident of the property and have been for 42 years adjacent to the property where these homes will be moved. When we first moved here, the property was occupied by Dr. Thomas Edwards. He had inherited from his parents, so the Edwards were there, had been there for many, many decades. It was, in addition to the Mediterranean house, there were a series of little casitas, some sort of dilapidated, but it was very, very charming. Once he died, the property was purchased by someone who was going to put in a fraternity house. And we thought we might have to move. We might have to sell our family home and move. Fortunately, the developer began doing some things to the property that were not consistent with historic zoning. And fortunately, he got shut down. The property went up for sale. Joel, our neighbor, purchased it and has moved ahead with this project. I believe this is the perfect project. It will restore the feeling of the small casitas that have been there historically. I think it's the perfect use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Marowitz.
Mayor, council members, Mike Merowitz, law firm of Snell and Wilmer again, 1 East Washington Street in Phoenix. This, of course, is related to agenda items 8 and 10, and so just echo the comments I made previously. Certainly want to thank the speakers before me. With any development project, it's of course very important to work with the community and then design a project that responds to the comments that you hear, and that's certainly been the case with this project, so we're very proud to have their support, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Diane Diamond.
Hi, my name is Diane Diamond, and I live in the city of Tucson at 532 East First Street, so very close to the project. I am not paid, and I'm representing myself.
Can you speak louder?
I'll try,
Just so we can
yes.
hear. You could get closer to the mic if you'd like.
Okay. I really support this project. I support having a buffer on Euclid and keeping the students east of Euclid and fewer out of our neighborhood in West University. And I support keeping the historic nature and moving the homes to keep the historic nature. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. David Diamond.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Diamond, I live with Diane Diamond, 532 East First. We live around the corner from where the bungalows are going to go. I don't have anything to add to what everybody else has already said. It's a win-win. It'll save those bungalows, put them in a spot where they can be appreciated. And we're also in favor of the project at the corner of Speedway and Euclid and the workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion, please, to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23717 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23717 relating to zoning, relocating 5 historic structures and demolishing 1 historic structure in the West University Historic Preservation Zone in the Main Gate Urban Overlay District and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move that we adopt Resolution 23717.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Sana Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23717 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Zoning Main Gate District Development, TPMOD 0723021, Capstone Speedway Euclid Mixed Use, Ordinance Adoption, continued from the meeting of December 12, 2023, Ordinance number 12065.
City Manager's Communication number 11, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the law offices of Snell and Wilmer on behalf of Capstone Collegiate Communities to amend the Main Gate Overlay District Development Document. The proposed amendment to the MGD would allow a mixed-use development, which includes student housing, workforce housing, and may include some retail uses. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12065 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12065 relating to zoning, amending Ordinance 11015 of the zoning regulations for the Main Gate Urban Overlay District, Section D, Area 1, D.3 Euclid Subarea, and amending Figure 8 to Figure 8A and Figure 8B for the area bounded by East Speedway Boulevard on the north, East First Street on the south, North Tyndall Avenue on the east, and North Euclid Avenue on the west in case TP MOD 0723021 Capstone Speedway Euclid, to allow mixed-use development with a range of heights from 24 feet along Euclid Avenue, stepping up to the east to 48 and 74 feet in total, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move that we adopt Ordinance 12065.
Is there a second to the motion? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Just want to thank everybody involved throughout the process.
And thank you for your work, Councilmember Kozaczek. It takes diligence to move a complicated and complex project like this forward. Any further discussion from anyone else? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Mayor, council members, if I may quickly, Mike Merowitz with law firm Snell Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street in Phoenix. I just want to quickly add one thing so that it's on the record. This text amendment requires, as part of the development plan, will be required to have a solid waste and recycling plan that is approved by your staff. And I want to add on the record that with that solid waste and recycling plan, we will make sure that the trash containers are inside an interior enclosed area on site, and that during trash pickup days, they'll be staged on site, and there will be no staging of the trash within the public alley. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
That was something we discussed with the neighbors multiple times. I appreciate you putting that in the record.
That's great. Thank you. Alrighty, so let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12065 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11,
Tucson Code Amendment Fee Revision Process of Fee Proposal for Planning and Development Services Department, Department of Transportation and Mobility, and Tucson Fire Department, Resolution Number 23712.
City Manager's Communication Number 7 dated January 9th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23712 by number and title only.
Resolution Number 23712 relating to Planning and Development Services, Department of Transportation and Mobility, and Tucson Fire approving the publication of a notice of intention to increase fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2025 rates and fees, and scheduling a public hearing, amending Tucson Code Chapter 25 to remove fees and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23712.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilwoman Lee.
Just a quick comment. I know during our study session, I asked a lot of questions about this item, you know, the justification for why we need to raise these rates. And I read through the report, the study that was done. And I just want to share that I know that I definitely have an expectation for service delivery to improve as a result of this additional funding and our ability to hire more people to help out with our service delivery. I'm sure that members who are paying these fees have the same expectation. So I will be looking forward to those new folks coming on board so that we can deliver better services, increase our turnaround time, and help keeping these projects moving forward through our department. So you have my commitment to keep my eye on that as well, because we share that same goal with these increases.
Councilmember Santa Cruz? No? Vice Mayor Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick note. We haven't raised these fees for 14 years, so I think it's time. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to include on this item, I too believe first in that it's appropriate and timely for the city of Tucson to raise these rates. It has been a long time and many things have changed, especially inflation and cost of providing the service to the community. I too believe that it's important that with these fees that we commit to improving return time so that we can provide a easy, predictable process for everyone from a person building an ADU to a person or a company like Capstone that is building student and workforce housing. So we want to make sure that we continue working with people that are wanting, ready, and willing to develop, infill, and develop inside the city of Tucson. So hoping that we can provide faster service to the developers in the city of Tucson. Any other comments or discussion points on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Hold on. Aye.
Mr.
Sorry.
Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23712 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 12.
Transportation and Mobility, Notice of Intention for the Increase of Park Tucson Rates and Fees, Resolution Number 23713.
City Manager's Communication Number 8, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23713 by number and title only.
Resolution Number 23713 relating to transportation in Park Tucson, adopting the Notice of Intention to increase Park Tucson rates and fees for garages, parking lots, and on-street commuter and student parking administered by Park Tucson, and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23713.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23713 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 13.
Parks and Recreation, notice of intention to modify existing specific fees and changes for parks and recreation programs and services.
City Manager's Communication Number 16, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23720 by number and title only.
Your Honor, I would also like to advise the public that we had a computer glitch when we were uploading this item and had to make a correction to the original resolution number. The correct resolution number is 23720, and the words or phrase "an updated discount program" had been included in the title of the item, but that was incorrect. So the correct title of the resolution is Resolution Number 23720, relating to Parks and Recreation, approving the publication of a notice of intention to add, increase, and modify existing specific Parks and Recreation fees, and establishing a date to approve the recommended fees and declaring an emergency.
Alrighty, thank you for the clarification. Do we have a motion in a second?
I will make a motion for us to pass and adopt Resolution 23718.
7.
Oh,
20.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Second.
So, there's a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution 23720. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23720 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 14.
Economic Initiatives, approving the proceedings of the Industrial Development Authority for issuance of single-family mortgage revenue bonds, Lighthouse 3.0, Resolution Number 23716.
City Manager's Communication Number 13, dated January 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23716 and Resolution 23716. I have two. Yeah, I have two 23716 by number and title only.
Resolution Number 23716, relating to economic initiatives, approving the issuance of the single-family mortgage revenue bonds and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 23716.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do want to say something. I'm just very excited about this particular program. We're moving forward with Lighthouse 3.0. Lighthouse 1.0 launched in August. It helped 95 families assisted in purchasing their own home. Then we moved on to Lighthouse 2.0, which was launched in November. 87 families were helped with $2.4 million. With $2.4 million currently remaining and available for home buyers. The Pima and Tucson IDA continue to see incredible success in this affordable housing program. Lighthouse 3.0 promises to help with, if I'm correct, $47.9 million in addition. With this innovative program, mortgage revenue bond, we will be setting a national standard for individuals and families to have down payment assistance and own their very own home. This is such an incredible, incredible project led by the City of Tucson IDA under the amazing leadership of Dre Thompson. So congratulations. This is wonderful for our economy. This is wonderful for Tucson families. And I hope that we are going to unanimously approve this right now and help you spread that money throughout the City of Tucson. So with that, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23716 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations and thank you for all you do for us. Thank you. And we've done item 15. Item 16.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, at or after 5:30 p.m. Congratulations, everyone. Good work today, and we'll see you soon. Have a wonderful week.